Okay. Okay. We're back. YouTube streaming's kind of funny the way it Twitch is like you just go live and then like it's all that stuff. You have to set up some stuff ahead of time for YouTube, and I had never like stopped and started a new one like that, so it kind of like I was confused, it was confused, we were all confused. I think it's working now. Give me a second. Launching Dota. I need to make a thumbnail real quick for the YouTube stream 7.39. Dota is launching right now. Oh, what is this? What is this? Spring forward. All right, hang on, hang on. What's the best way to watch this all? It starts with this. 1.39. What's the day's date? 22nd. All right, stick this in the thumbnail, and with that, we will be ready to go in just a second.
Who's that? Thank you. What?
Just as I switched my main game to SWTOR, they pull me back in.
No one's ever allowed to leave. No one's ever allowed to leave NPR. All right. Okay. All the stream stuff should now be good to go. I will now post this on Discord. Boom. Okay. Close this, close that. All behind scenes stuff that you guys can't see and don't care about. My bad. Let's start with the spring cleaning thing. Where can I open this easily for you guys? This kind of shrunk down, but I guess it's okay. Okay, so what is this stuff here? It's pretty much, it's tradition at this point. It feels like there's always a patch in the middle of Dream League. All right, so we got some spring cleaning stuff for 2025. Jump into the sun-scented, spring-dappled new Dota with quality of life upgrade 16 new item sets and gameplay update 7.39. We got Invoker. We have Lion dripped out. We got some map terrain changes. Okay, new neutral items and a big old patch list. Quality of life. Everything from your settings to your store is getting a springtime spit polish. All right. Quality of life. Every game of Dota just got a little better. I think I make this a little larger for you guys, actually. 1 second. That was not it. What the heck? Where is this? Oh, there we go. Oh, that was too... It's too large. Okay, here we go. Quality of life. Focus on your hero. Take the tedium out of shopping with a streamlined store and lots of automation. Whoa, what is this? Team items. Keep track of your teammates' inventories as easily as your own. Check which items they've bought or queued to buy and never accidentally rush into double radiance again. Okay, that's actually a pretty nice quality of life change. Auto deliver. Customize your courier settings to automatically deliver purchased items and even make a stop at the secret shop along the way. That's interesting. I don't think I'll ever use this. At this point, I'm comfortable with the hotkeys, but nifty. Mark for buy. Ah, okay. So the inverse of the mark to sell. So now it's like, just as I get enough gold, buy this stuff. That's really good for one, beginner players, but also people who get overwhelmed with like everything going on. I think that'll be quite good. I think at a high level, you want to hold the money until you're ready to spend in case you pivot for whatever reason. Or like you buy the circlet and then you're like, shit, I need to salve, and you've already spent the money. So I think high level players won't use this feature, but I think this will be really good for new or easy to forget to like buy stuff. Cleaned up the pregame item grid. Yeah, that shit was garbage. It was the grid itself was fine, but the info was always wrong. I don't know if that's what they're talking about. Buyback tooltip. Whoa, math really laid out here. You'll know at a glance if you have buyback available or even a surplus to spend. Okay, useful. Pre-game clarity. See which team you're on and what role you have at a glance on the pre-game screen. Do you not already have that? I'm confused about that. Item context menu. We've added a control right-click menu for your shop item shortcuts. Add to quick buy, suggest a team purchase item. Oh, so you don't need to know like the 15 million different control shift, left click, alt, right click, all this stuff. Okay, that's useful. Dota Plus guide. Dota Plus now continuously updates on the fly based on your current build, showing detailed next purchase suggestions and adapting in real time. Did it not already do this, guys? I thought that's like the whole point. I thought that's what like this was. All right. Communication and clarity. Better ways to coordinate with your team and get important information from the game. Need wards. Your trash. I don't see any of those on the wheel. Pings have been refreshed. Okay. Item pickup effect. When a teammate snags an important item like the Aegis or a refresher shard, that item icon will briefly display above their hero for everyone else to see. Sure. Minimap route display. Pinging on my way displays a hero's estimated travel path on the minimap. Okay, I guess that's useful. Sure. I'm gonna stand. Status labels. The overhead status system has been expanded to include a wider spectrum of hero states, including ethereal, doom, untargetable, teleporting, channeling, and more. Sure. Improved voice chat quality. Okay. This one's pretty necessary because I can't tell you the amount of times I swear I'm talking to my team and no one is saying anything. And I don't know if that's my mic stuff or I'm being ignored or maybe the quality was too garbage, but that drove me crazy. Maybe this is, I don't know. Power and Control. Big fan of that song from Marina and the Diamonds. Actually, I don't even. Not really. It's a fine song. Any option you could dream of has probably already been in the game for years, hidden in a submenu of a submenu. Yeah, for real. Not anymore. The settings have been reorganized for clarity, and even better, are now fully searchable. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, this shit was getting messy because every time they added stuff, it was like getting all over. I really like all these UI updates that they've been doing over the last year. I'm a fan. We've made the setting menu more accessible. Maybe it's time to revisit my hotkey movie video. We can finally do it again. I can get flamed in higher quality. You know what the true benefit of this is? This voice change. Finally, when that guy is playing music from his speakers and singing along, I too can sing, and I can clearly hear what he's listening to. Where was I? I think here. We've made the setting menu more accessible with cleaner layout, blah, blah, blah. Search settings, discover new settings. Oh, okay, cool. Chat wheel change, sure. Manage in-game notifications, sure. Team purchase. Oh, okay, I agree. I actually totally zone out almost all this shit. So I'm glad to be able to just remove all of it. Arguably, some are important to witness, but I zone out like almost all of this stuff. Ability Draft. Springforward introduces a game changer of an update to Ability Draft. Hero Drafting. This and a few other new mechanics along with a bunch of bug fixes all help to give Ability Draft a much needed refresh. Okay, what is this? Now you don't just draft abilities. You draft the base hero to wield them. Heroes are picked at any time during the draft, So the choice between that OP ability or a strong base hero when they're innate isn't just strategic, it's a gamble that could make all the difference. Wait, what? When do you do this? Picked at any time during the draft. So, like, you can draft 3 abilities and then go, give me sniper? I don't think I fully understand this until I see it in action, but it's not that important for now. Ability draft is kind of secondary to what we do. As you draft, your hero card will display available facets based on your drafted ability, blah, blah, blah. Sure, massive cleanup. This is a nice change because with the facets and heroes and all that, like, some just didn't make sense. I think should make it so that ability draft is not like, I got a bad hero, it's over. I didn't get, like, my ability that all my talents are tied to, so it's just done. I think is what that's supposed to be doing. Updated under the hood stuff. Sure. Let's hope that it goes smoother. Cornucopia of other stuff. Cornucopias are usually associated with fall harvest, but among the many in-game improvements we've made, we're also fixing things in the real world. Whoa! Harvests now come in the spring, so you don't have to plant anything. I am planting stuff in my garden, guys. I have some peppers growing right now. Performance, faster startup, quicker load times, and smoother in-game performance with higher FPS. Never before. So fast, this mouse. Wow. Improved post-game and spectator graphs. Okay, I do like this. You usually just have to, like, guesstimate a lot of this stuff. I'm looking forward to seeing what that is. New player damage graph, better detail and clearer tooltips. A key moment are highlighted so you can instantly jump to them during. This will actually really help me as a content creator, because sometimes I'm like looking at this and I'm like, for replays, I'm like, oh, I wonder where you guys threw, and then we see like back to back deaths, like Crystal Maiden, Crystal Maiden, Crystal Maiden, Crystal Maiden. You know, we'll know where to look. But also, if I want to make a hero guide and we're like, oh, this hero's really good at team fighting, pop in here. Big team fight, 8 heroes dead here, 8 heroes dead here. That's actually going to be really useful to me if this works at all correctly. Arcana MVP backgrounds for like 6 of our heroes. The MVP screen now includes Arcana and Persona backgrounds for any heroes worthy of the honor. I need them to know that I spent the money to get the Queen of Pain, whatever. Dead neutral creeps, visual glitch. We fixed it. It only took 13 years. What glitch are they talking about? That they die, like, after you gain vision? Vector targeting, snapping, improvement. Vector target abilities like Marcy's Rebound now snap more reliably to help prevent misclicks during team fights. Okay, I'm gonna have to try that to, like, just feel what that is. Improve. Oh my god. Oh, the whole patch is in here too. Thank goodness. I was like, what? This is just the spring cleaning shit. We haven't even gotten to the patch. Okay, general. You can now queue for a game while spectating. Re-enabled the teammates tab under a profile match history. Games that are safe to leave no longer make you wait 5 seconds before you can abandon. Turbo AFK timer decreased from 5 to 3 minutes. Scoreboard now shows ag scepters and shard status for teammates and enemies, updating while they're in vision. Updated the attack damage icon in the breakdown section of the scoreboard, which also indicates if the hero is melee or ranged. Pinging in enemy ages now shows the time remaining. Must skill cap. Mousing over abilities with long cast ranges now shows the cast range on the minimap. Oh, that's kind of useful, actually. Battle report animations can now be skipped by clicking. Added a spectator view that shows the facets of all heroes. Added a new global sound effect when Tormentor dies. That's nice. Sometimes I completely miss that Tormentor even happened. When right-clicking an invulnerable outpost, move to it instead of doing nothing. When right-clicking an invulnerable outpost. Oh, okay. I better see attack click to channel or some shit in here. Please. I'm tired of misclicking on these watchers and this outpost. Auto-select summon units option no longer selects Roshan's banner. Broodmother's Webs, Wraith King Skeletons, Techie's Mines, Undying Tombstone, and Muertes Ofrenda. I didn't know it did that, but understandable to remove those. Top bar, day-night icon now shows Phoenix and Luna during their ultimate. Oh, that's cool. Adding a new button to play minigames that's visible while queuing for a game. Nice. Unit selection rings now also show the facing direction of a unit. Is that really necessary? I guess it matters in a couple situations, actually. Does this apply to heroes? Because sometimes, especially with the stun animations, I am unsure which direction my carry is facing, and I try to force staff them, and then I send them to their doom. If this works on hero, so I can actually tell what direction they're looking, that's really useful. Added effect for Gleipnir when cast without any valid targets. Oh yeah, sometimes this one's confusing. It just like disappears. Added effect when switching power treads attributes. I wonder what that's going to look like. New particle effect for Darkseer's Aggrandize. Okay. Scanning an area now has an in-world particle effect. Okay, so you kind of know like what it's actually covering. The modifier tooltip on Outpost now explains how to make them capturable. No, wait. It just means to like take a tier 2. If you mute a team during a match, they now remain muted in the post-game lobby. Gyrocopter Side Gunner now has a customization slot. Added an animation onto the post-game graph tooltip to show what direction heroes go up and down as the tooltip moves around. I don't think I understand that until I go look at the graph, I guess. Heroes affected by Ricky's upgraded smoke cloud now have a unique effect and a status label above their health bars indicating that they are untargetable by allies. Units affected by Bloodseeker's Rupture now have an overhead effect indicating the remaining duration of Rupture, and you can see which direction they're facing so that you can force staff your teammates to their death. Added a new setting named Channeling Structures Require Hold Stop. To change if moving or casting an ability will cancel channels with structures in the world. This applies to... God, that's not what I want! Oh, I got so excited. I got baited. I don't want to right-click, misclick those. Please. Make it attack click. Please. Bug fixes. I don't know how many are in here. Do we want to read all these? I guess we should. Unable to push talk voice chat. Alt cast an ability very quickly, not always doing the alt cast version. Fix some inputs with input delay. Playing with the tablet pen. How many people out there? Do you think there's more than 50 people in the world who play with a tablet pen? Maybe I'm severely underestimating. Do we have anyone in chat right now who plays with a tablet pen? Does anybody play with a tablet pen? I'm all for accessibility, for the record, guys. I'm not flaming or saying like this is a waste of time. I'm just really curious. Does anybody play with a tablet pen? Holy shit, really? How is it? I'm surprised by the amount of you. That's crazy. I don't know if I'm being trolled, but like if even a fraction of you are serious, that's crazy. Where was I? Oh, yeah, I hated that shit. I don't think most of these are gonna be that important. Oh, the scan not showing both when they got used was a pain. Sometimes it bugged and it just didn't show if like two people accidentally used it real quick. Minimap indicator not updating. Fixed crash in mid-game progression tutorial. Fixed animation bug. Fixed courier being able to take bottles that contain a power rune. I didn't even know that. What a weird bug. Being unable to see the sale price. Mark for buy. Blah blah blah. Being able to see anyways. Fix being able to tell if an enemy in fog has used their smoke of deceit by dragging. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Fix teleport to the wrong unit when using boots of travel on the minimap. Yeah! God! That one's annoying. Not that I have boots of travel all that often, but like sometimes you just like misclick and you end up on the wrong thing. Default hero icon being used on the minimap when a player has an arcana. Fix showing error text when you don't have a hero selected in the pregame. Fixing no icon. Anything. Off-center hero name text when banning heroes before a turbo game. Okay, that's fine. I don't care about any of that stuff. Tooltips. Yeah, I'm not going to care about any of that stuff. Okay, Heroes Horde, Spring Treasure. Step into the season in style with 16 new hero sets. What do we got? Pudge in a go-kart? What in the world? Oh, it's a taunt. Ratso the Clown. Okay, I thought this was just like, what does he have, a mount now? All right, it's a taunt. Can I move around I want to close this and go look. What else is in here? Gameplay update. Whoa. Okay. Let's I guess we can look at it in this. I was thinking if I should just go find it in the thing so we could spin it around. Let's just take a quick look at this. Yo, this is a really cool set. The color scheme is completely different from Sand King, but kind of cool. Cannon Roar Confessor. Why? What? Why did I start like over there? Torhorn Terror. Okay. Anti-Mage, right? Yes. Get the persona for free. Cool. Glance value is so dead. I'm just going to say that, and we're going to accept it and move on. I think that's just where it is, but I just want to... Glance value is so completely dead. Invoker, Taunt, Urchin of Kazim. Yes. Necrophos. Huskar. Axe. Okay. Okay. After the Wandering Waters update sent massive upheaval surging across the map. Is that how you use the word upheaval? I don't really use the word upheaval all that often in my vocabulary. Is that correct? This seems like after the Wandering Waters update sent massive upheaval surging across the map. Today's patch responds to the ripple effects introduced by that flood of changes. Hero highlights. A few heroes get some much needed tweaks, and a whole host of facets, innates, Aghanim Scepters, and Aghanim Shards get major reworks. Okay. Clockwork, new facet. Is this the best way to read this? Should we just go into the patch? Well, let's just see what they've got here. Once it gets to the actual patch, we'll swap to the other thing. Chainmail, armor power. Clockwork gains an ability to self-cast chainmail item to consume it. Holy shit. Each consumed chainmail provides him with +4 armor. Number of stacks is unlimited. What am I reading right now? What am I reading right now? Wait, this is a facet? Because his innate has always been kind of meh. It's the armor gives you more spell amp, and I never thought it was like that good. And I guess that's the idea of this. That is so funny. We're gonna have to go look at that later. That's too weird. That's too weird. Nature's Prophet. Okay. Why do these guys have like 20 frames per second? Nature's Prophet. Nice. Whenever an enemy hero is killed by Nature's Prophet or dies within 750 range of him, 2 seconds later, a money tree grows in their place. Each tree spawns 2 gold bags every second, which can be picked up by any hero. Each gold bag grants gold equal to 1.5 times of the killed hero's level. Okay, so if there are 10, you get 15 gold. 30 extra gold for a kill. Each money... I can't wait to kill a level 1 hero and get 2 gold. Sick. Each money tree has a lifespan of 3 seconds. 2 gold bags every second for 3. So 6 gold bags. Gold bags are created in 200 to 250 radius from the tree and disappear after 15 seconds of lying on the ground. Gold bags are automatically picked up by heroes within 50 range of them. Money Tree provides 2 times Tango healing similarly to Ironwood Treant. Is it just for me? Or can the enemy pick up... Can the enemy come feed in my lane and then pick up 6 gold? Level 15 talent plus 100 teleportation barrier replaced with plus 1 Nature's Prophet gold bag per tick. There's no way that is better than Ironwood Treant. There's no way. This is... I'm so confused. Okay, let's talk early. Let's talk level 10. You're getting what? 15 gold per bag, 6 bags. 90 gold if you pick them up. Over the course of the game, you have to be in range, though? How much gold will this be over the course of a game? 500 to 1,000? Enemies can pick them up. All right, let's read this last one real quick, and then we'll... I think after this, it gets into the actual... Oh, no, we still have more stuff. Okay. We're going to come back to these, because later I know that I'm sure they'll be in the patch. Changing of the guard. Wukong's command. While Wukong's command is active, Monkey King gains a changing of the guard ability, which allows him to transform into any one of his soldiers. Upon cast, Monkey King takes the place of the soldier closest to the target location for 1.5 seconds and leaves another one in his stead. While transfigured, Monkey King is indistinguishable from other soldiers and invulnerable, but can't issue commands. Cast point 0.3, mana cost 25, cooldown 3 seconds. Interesting. Huh. This is mischiefy, but I guess it's a way to stay alive in the ultimate compared to the other one where you just leave the ultimate and it stays up. So this is a clockwork that's eaten everything. This is nature's prophet with his money tree. What in the world? What in the world?
Subsidian gifted a tier 1 sub to Wycol Stranger.
Yo, thank you, Subsidian.
Thank you. What?
Subsidian gifted a tier 1 sub to Dekelf.
Oh my god, 20 gifted subs. I just saw that. Dude, thank you.
Subsidian gifted a tier 1 sub to
Everyone, enjoy the tier 1 subs. No ads for you guys.
Gifted a tier 1
Thank you,
sub
dude.
to Marchismo.
Money trees popping up right here.
Subsidian
Pick up your
gifted
tier 1
a tier
subs,
1
guys.
sub to Pigpen.
Who's that? Thank you. What?
Subsidian gifted a tier 1 sub to Compassaurus Rex.
Okay, wait, what
Who's
level
that?
was
Thank
the
you. What?
Monkey King he
Subsidian
killed?
gifted a tier 1 sub to Kanai Ziv.
Who's that? Thank you. What?
If I could remember where to
Subsidian
mute
gifted
this,
a
I
tier
might.
1 sub to November FRFR.
Who's that? Thank you. What?
Subsidian gifted a tier 1
This
sub
Wukong
to
one might
Gorman
be more interesting than I think it is.
42,069.
Who's that? Thank you. What?
Subsidian gifted a tier 1 sub to Pedro from Malay.
Yeah, I thought that Monkey King one was
Who's that? Thank
18,
you.
but now this guy's getting 36
Subsidian
gold.
gifted a tier 1
The
sub
math
to
ain't
Pio
mathin'.
00.
We'll come back to that.
Who's that? Thank you.
Okay, where do I
Subsidian
mute this?
gifted a tier 1 sub to
Thank you so
Missy
much,
Rachel.
dude. I'm gonna
Who's that?
temporarily
Thank you.
mute this. No, I know it's not 2 gold. I just meant like in the early kills it was gonna be like 2 gold. 1.5 hero level, but that math still seems wrong. That Monkey King was 18, but it's giving 36 gold. They maybe it was 2 before, and then they were like, nah, that math is too high. Maybe they changed it, but they'd already made that clip. I don't know. Let's keep going. Map highlights. We made a number of small but meaningful adjustments to the playable map, each aimed at improving flow, balance, and clarity. Okay, show me. Previous version. Yes. Oh my god. Massive buff to Tree and Protector. I'm just kidding. Who gives a shit? Small camp further away. That's interesting. We're going to have to go see the spawn box in the game, but that could change. This should make it easier for the off lane to contest. And not only pulls, but like when the sentry is back here, that's so hard for the position 4 to get to. This should make it easier. I like that idea. But I need to go look in the map to see the difference like further. Okay, they're moving the high ground back. Oh, guys, we got to go look at wards over there later. So now you can wrap in on this tower from more angles. It was really hard to get back here when you were the sieging team. Like you're the Dire pushing this. Really hard to get over here. Now you have multiple angles, and I like that. Old map, new map. High ground a little further back. And the tree line a little different. I want to say, again, this makes it easier to get back here, but also a little harder where, like, sometimes the mid laner would be walking this way and you can, like, wait here or wait behind the trees and surprise them. That's actually a little harder now to do and to, like, sneak real close on this siege. So on one hand, it's, like, more open, but I think that works both ways for the defense and the offense. Previous? New. Previous? New. So I guess the cliff is just a little bit smaller. A little bit more open space here. That might change some of the observers you can place here. We'll go look. Previous? Ooh. Little statue here. So this is a little bit closer to lane. And we're getting our little middle of the camp, middle of the lane tree clump back. It was kind of gone for a while. I think I like that. I think that might help Treant Protector a little bit. Okay, what's this one? They moved this a little lower. And some tree stuff changed a bit. Okay. Okay. Neutral item highlights. Shmoshuf, we've not even got there. I thought this was just the spring cleaning info. We're getting into the patch now. I think I'm gonna finish reading all this stuff, and then once we get here, we'll swap to the other screen. What's up? Jupiter wants to be here for the new Dota patch? No. He does not want to be here for the new Dota patch. Neutral item highlights. We brought back some old favorites and rotated out some not favorites. Ogre Seal Totem better be gone, guys. That shit's ridiculous. I am tired of seeing that in the pro scene of just like people Ogre Seal Toteming in and out for free. Okay. Yo, Hombre Pollo, thank you so much for the super chat. No one ever does that. Thank you. I had it muted for a little bit. But thank you. I'm glad I looked over to double check. Thank you so much. 8 new and 4 returning neutral artifacts. Okay, what do we got? Dormant Curio. Passive, hidden potential. Neutral artifact you craft while holding a dormant curio. Have their potency increased by 30%. What? What does this mean? It means the enchantment is 30% stronger? So, like, instead of 10 move speed, you get 13? I think that's what that is. Hef. Kobold Cup. Oh, a crowd favorite. Move speed 10, buff radius 100, buff 6. Increases move speed of all allied units in the radius around the caster. Wait, so is this one... Do I always get 10, or this is the buff? Oh, this must be the buff, because these items never have passives nowadays, right? 10 move speed. Is that good? 10's so little. But it can't be like drums good. 10 for 40 mana, though? And 40-second cooldown? This seems bad, actually. I'm thinking, is this worth it? This doesn't seem good. 10 move speed for 40 mana, and if it was a shorter cooldown, I think it would be better. I think the combination of the mana cost and the cooldown's not gonna make it's gonna make this bad. We'll see. Sister's Shroud. Passive, Veiled. When falling below 50% HP, gain 200% evasion for 8 seconds. While active, dodging an attack decreases the evasion bonus by 75% of its current value. Oh, that's kind of interesting. So you get like 3-ish evades, really. Passive, Last Caress. Veiled cooldown is only reset if the wearer dies or kills an enemy hero. I don't know if this will be good or not yet, but I think this is one of the most creative concepts we've had in a while. As opposed to just like buff this, buff that, buff this, more damage, whatever. This is kind of interesting, like the way it functions. GD Pollen Bag? I don't know what the lore attached to that is. Health restoration loss, 20%. Total max health damage, 12%? Flat? What is this? Radius 700, duration 12. Active, pollinate. Real bad here in Texas right now. Spreads pollen on all nearby enemy units, decreasing their health restoration and dealing damage over time based on their maximum health. Achoo! Huh. Tier 3. I'm just going to assume these are percentages because that would make sense for what the category is. For tier 3. That seems pretty good versus certain heroes. 12 max health damage. That's like a free spell, actually. Wait, maybe that's really good. Wait a second. Let's come back to that. Dezen Boots. Dezen Bloodright. I don't know why I was thinking Boots. Dezen Bloodright. Spells have 15% larger area of effect, but now additionally cost health equal to 35% of their mana cost. I can't wait to see a Silencer take this and then frickin' die. 15% larger AoE. That's a lot of AoE. The health cost is very interesting. That's kind of a lot of damage, though. This is tier 4, so I suppose you would have, like, some form of regen by that point. That's going to be really good for certain heroes. I have to go look. Leshrak's coming to mind. We'll see. Giant's Maul. Critical damage, 150%. Move speed slow, 10. Attack slow, 15. Cast speed slow. Duration. Crushing blow, 15-second cooldown. Empowers the next attack to be a critical hit. Whoa, guaranteed crit. Hitting an enemy with an empowered attack temporarily decreases their move speed, attack speed, and cast speed. Okay. Outworld Staff. Active. Self-exile. 40 mana, 30 seconds. Removes the caster from the world for 0.7 seconds. So it's like mini astral, making them invulnerable and disabled. When returning to the world, the caster takes 5% of their max health as damage. Ah, interesting. So you can use it, but there's a cost, both mana and health. But if you're dodging certain stuff, it's going to be worth it. Huh. Interesting. Passive, Exalted, Divine Regalia. That sounds cool. And what does it do? It increases outgoing damage by 20%. Dying permanently disables this neutral item and the current enchantment is lost. Hell yeah. That's awesome. I love that. That's great. That's like Divine Rapier. Okay. So now we're going to watch it. Now we'll go from this. Okay, we're going to be here a bit, guys. Where's my timestamps? I need it's time. This was all spring cleaning before. General changes are coming up. I'm going to need water. We're going to need this. Let me get my water and then we'll begin. Let's see, guys. Let's time estimate. Right now, it's 5:58 p.m. We'll say 6 p.m. Shit. 11? Maybe? 11? Maybe? Let's find out. 1 second. Get off that. Okay, guys, if I disappear, Hephaestus sat on the power button. Actually, I know there's a setting to prevent the power button from turning on, but there's also a reset button on my computer that's much smaller and harder to press. I haven't been able to turn that setting off, but okay, guys. Here we go. Here we go. Map objectives. Tormentor. First spawn time increased from 15 to 20 minutes. I'm going to read all this before I analyze. Tormentor. Unyielding shield. Base barrier decreased from 21 to 2000. So easier to kill, and it spawns later. Unyielding shield barrier regeneration gain per minute of game time decreased from 5 to 3.5. At 20 minutes, barrier decreased from 2,500 plus 140 regen to 2,400 plus 110 regen. At 40 minutes, barrier decreased from 2,900 plus 240 regen to 2,800 plus 180 regen. So it is easier to kill Tormentor now, but it spawns later. Okay. Roshan. Slam! Hero duration increased from 2 to 4 seconds. Non-hero duration from 4 to 8 seconds. This is really going to change the solo Roche speedrun. Roar of Retribution incoming damage buff duration increased from 8 to 12. Roar of Retribution health trigger threshold increased from 80 to 85. Now cast even if Roshan is silenced or stunned. Gives Roshan a strong dispel on cast. Now triggers a message visible to everyone, similar to when Roshan's banner is planted. Okay. Strength of the Immortal. Armor. Bonus per minute increase from 0.375 to 0.4. Attack damage bonus per minute increase from 6 to 7. Okay, interesting. There are some sources of cast speed slow, but they're rare. Medusa's Venomous Volley has it. I think Bane has it on Enfeeble. I feel like there's others, but can't remember. Heat up your breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the upcoming 24-hour purge patch breakdown. Yeah, you know it. They should just launch the they should just get in the ESL studio for Dream League and just go through it together. I think a lot of people would watch that, actually. All right, terrain changes. The Radiant Safe Lane small pull camp has been moved to the north and trees added above it. The Radiant small... Okay, we saw this on their little graphic thing. Oh, wait, let me talk about this. I like this a lot more. I think this gives you a lot more freedom at the pro level of what you can do. If you've ever heard me and Ricky cast, we've probably talked about there's a cycle, which is like strong lanes, power runes, do some stuff, 14-minute wisdom shrine, and then ideally, if you could steal it, and then you go for Tormentor. And you get Tormentor, you get like 2,000 plus gold, then you get like Roshan after that, then you like start this cycle. And it's very like forward. And I was telling Ricky just this recent cast that only a few heroes can actually threaten the exchange of like, okay, if they go Tormentor, we can do Roshan. It's pretty much Beastmaster, Templar Assassin, Ursa, Slardar, Shadow Shaman, Amiibo, if he happens to be in a game. There's probably a couple others, but there's very few. If you don't have one of those heroes, you have no chance of doing Roshan when the other team is doing Tormentor. Which means it was never really... It was very rare to see it be like, ooh, which one do we take? I really like that Tormentor is going to be later because, one, it gives more room in the early game before you have to start going from like next objective, next to like start that Tormentor Roshan cycle. But also at 20 minutes, it's much more likely that more drafts can not only do Tormentor with less heroes, but also do Roshan with any heroes. And we might actually see that trade-off. This is all pro match. I know it won't happen in pubs. But like at the pro scene, there will actually be discussions on like, oh, if they're doing a Tormentor strat, we could do like a Roche strat. And I think that's really cool. Maybe you're not drafting specifically for that currently, but like you could play that way depending how the games go. So I really like this change to make it later and easier to kill and make Roshan a little bit harder to kill. Well, I don't know. Roshan's too easy to kill anyways. I'm glad it's harder. Okay, terrain changes. We kind of saw this, so I don't think we need to read through this. We'll look at the map later, but we kind of looked at it on the screenshots. Um, the dire bounty rune has been moved slightly to the east. I don't think we saw that, but I don't think that's that big a deal. I'll come back to this when we open the map, I think. The bottom lane Lotus Pool has been moved. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Top Roshan adjusted a little bit. Flooded camp and main jungles near the boundary runes have their pull timer reduced. Watchers now can't be activated before the start of the game. Okay, this is not so common in pubs. All of them. But usually you collect a couple near the bounty runes, and then the pros will sometimes collect the further ones of like scouting certain things. So I guess that's just not on the table anymore. Which should increase first blood potential. Because sometimes you like walk out and the watcher's captured, and then you're like, oh, that's it. You know, because you are slower, you just lost. But now you actually have to hold certain positions, and I think that's good. We'll see more actual kills happen. Watchers no longer display the green AoE ring potential vision when hovering sentry and observer range. Okay. Watchers now only display their potential vision range when holding alt. Okay, that's good. General changes. Lifesteal Amp and Spell Lifesteal Amp have been removed, and new Umbrella stat has been created in their place. Health Restoration. Okay. Provides a percentage increase to the health gained from Lifesteal, Spell Lifesteal, and Health Regeneration. Also decreases those values when negative. Positive and negative sources of health restoration stack diminishingly with each other. Oh my god. Stacking diminishingly is the same behavior as evasion and magic resistance. Given n sources of positive health restoration, the final value will be calculated as 1 minus, parentheses, 1 minus n naught, n parentheses, times 1 minus n1 times, etc. For example, if you have a Sange 16% and a tier 4 neutral item with a crude enchantment 20%, your total health restoration would be 1 minus 0.16 times 1 minus 0.2 equals 32.8%. In other words, multiple smaller sources are less effective than one single large source. Negative sources of health restoration are stacked the same way, and then the positive and negative values are added together for your final health restoration. For those of you that need the math there. Health restoration cannot go lower than minus 100% and cannot go higher than 100%. Okay. Sources of health amplification now stack additively with each other instead of diminishingly. It's much smaller this time, actually. This includes both incoming heal amplification and outgoing heal amplification. Heal amplification cannot go lower. I thought it was going to explain to us what additively was versus diminishingly. Health amplification cannot go lower than minus 100 and has no upper limit. Wait, what was this one? Health restoration. Heal amplification. I see. Okay. Effects that root and disarm are now considered bind effects and will have the status effect bound overhead. Example, Crystal Maiden's Frostbite. Bound. Okay. Okay. Item changes. Item changes. Save chapter marker. What is heal amp versus health restoration? From the way I'm reading it, health restoration is like lifesteal. So Vlad's lifesteal. It's also like you buy a heart and you have 100% HP per second. So then you boost that to like 150. Heal amplification is when Omni Knight uses Q on you. That Q, instead of being like a 300 heal, you can amplify it. Apparently, no upper limit. 5 million health can be given to you from that one heal. I got you, Ricky. All right, who should I start spamming to gain MMR right now? I'll tell you in about 5 to 6 hours, I imagine. Okay. Item changes. Blink Dagger. Blink no longer has an overshoot range. What? Wait. So like the 4/5 thing is dead? They're making this game too easy. Overwhelming blink, blah, 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 blah. None of them have overshoot. Wait, I gotta see. Is that really how it works now? We don't have this anymore? No way.
How this war ends. Blink dagger. Places everyone.
Bro, they're making this game so easy.
A path foreseen.
I do think this was unnecessary to some degree. I don't really mind them removing it. At the same time, I really like this as a skill expression. I kind of like it, but when it comes to a game like Dota, which you could have a million different intricacies, the question is, does this extra complication make the game more fun? And by simplifying it, can you now focus on other complications? So is it really that necessary to memorize internally 4/5 versus 5/5 full duration cast range? Or is it cooler to be thinking about, I should be going for Roshan while they're doing Tormentor, right? This is the right target, right? It's like, what do you want the game to be complicated in? So I'm kind of neutral in the end, but I will sort of miss it. I'll sort of miss it. Okay. Kaya no longer provides 20% spell lifesteal amplification, mana regen amplification bonus decrease from 50 to 40. Yasha and Kaya now no longer provides plus 25 spell lifesteal amplification. Meteor Hammer no longer... Damn, I was hoping for a different Meteor Hammer change. I want to build it on heroes again. No longer provides spell lifesteal amplification, mana regen amplification bonus decrease from 50 to 40. So it's strictly just a worse item. So I don't know who I would build it on, but I guess we haven't seen the hero changes yet, so maybe. Sanj, 20% lifesteal and health regen amplification replaced with plus 16% health restoration. That is a nerf to Sanj. Abyssal Blade, 20... Well... Because this now includes spell amp, right? Or spell lifesteal, which it didn't before. Which means when people take Kaya and Sanj and they're building it part way, someone like Timbersaw might actually get the spell lifesteal amp that they didn't have until they finish the full item. Maybe. Maybe a small buff in a very rare case. For most, I think most people, it's going to be a nerf. Abyssal Blade, 25% spell lifesteal and health regen amp replaced with 20% health restoration, slight nerf there. Sanj and Yasha, blah, blah, blah. Status resistance also decreased by 5%, so it's a 15%. I think that's fine. Kaya and Sanj, blah, blah, blah. 20% health restoration. Okay. The orbs. Let's see what's happening here. Orb of Frost, cost 50 more. Frost, instead of reducing health regen, lifesteal, and spell lifesteal by 13%, now reduces health restoration by 13%, so it's the same. Actually, no. It doesn't include healing anymore, right?
Let me check my mechanics real quick.
I think it's lost the ability to affect heals. Because I think previously, Orb of Frost affecting you would affect something like Omni Knight heal off Purification. The way I read the change to health restoration, it does not work that way anymore. Nerfed! Frost slow and health restoration reduction no longer stack with Orb of Corrosion and Eye of Skadi. I'll be real, I didn't know they stacked. But it's probably pretty rare that they ever stacked anyways. Scotty will say health. Oh, okay, let me keep reading. Yeah, that might clarify. Total cost increase from 1,150 for the Orb of Frost change. Corrosion, instead of reducing healing, blah, 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 blah. Now reduces health restoration. Corrosion, slow, and health, blah, 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 don't stack. Eye of Scotty, recipe changed. Okay. 2 ultimate orbs instead of a point booster. no longer requires the recipe. Total cost is now 5,900. That's a lot. No longer provides 250 health and 250 mana. Instead, all stats up to plus 35. It's pretty good for some heroes. Cold attack, instead of reducing healing, blah, 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 now reduces health restoration and heal amplification by 40%. Okay, so yeah. So Orb of Frost does not affect heals from like spells, let's say. And I'm going to guess something like Fairy Fire also counts as a burst heal. I'll have to double check that. Whereas Scotty would. Oh no, my Fairy Fire now only 40%, only 60% value. Slow doesn't stack, sure. Shiva's Guard reduces both health restoration and... Okay, hold on. I'm... Realistically, I don't think I'll really look into this. Why is this one incoming healing versus heal amplification? These didn't work differently before, I think. And I don't think they should work differently now. So if this is actually different and not just a slip up in how it's written, I don't know. That's confusing. That's confusing. Those are two different mechanics now. Incoming healing. What would incoming healing be that isn't healing restoration? All right, let's not worry about it right now, guys. I'll come back to that later. Scotty sounds really slot efficient for stats now. That sounds really good for a hero like Morphling or anyone who cared about stats before. It's expensive, but like, carries never cared. They're farming anyways. Bloodstone, Blood Pact, cooldown decrease by 5 seconds. Eternal Shroud, 5% more mana restored. Helm of the Dominator change, okay. Crown instead of Diadem, and then the recipe's up. Total cost is 75 gold cheaper. Stats unchanged. I guess the buildup is a little faster? You buy the crown sooner, helps you sooner, less stats than a Diadem. I'm going to say that's overall good. But there's probably a world where you're like, I wish I had I want the extra stats on a Diadem, and I was willing to save a little bit more money. It probably won't be that big of a deal. No, I don't know. Like, say you're Beastmaster and you're rushing Helm of the Dominator. I feel like you'd rather get the stats sooner on the crown so that your laning goes a little better sooner, and you might get a kill. It's like, you might have, like, if you're going straight Helm Dom, you got boots, you got your wand and stuff, and now you have a Helm of the Iron Will, and then you get the crown sooner. I feel like for these rushed items, usually getting small components sooner is better than, like, more value but more expensive components. We'll see. It's a little cheaper for the Helm of the Overlord. Glimmer nerfed. 5% less magic resistance, and then the barrier. Oh, the barrier is actually up by 75. Whoa. So better to use on everybody. And for yourself, you have less base magic resistance or bonus magic resistance. But factoring in the extra barrier, it might be the same for you. I don't have that math off the top of my head. But on teammates, it's strictly better. Why did they buff Glimmer Cape? I don't think Glimmer Cape needed a buff. Weird. Holy Locket. Holy Blessing heal amplification decreased from 25 to... What? Really? That's so much.
Whoa, who's that? Thank you. Whoa.
Skian, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you so much. That's interesting. I don't know if it needed a 10% nerf to the Holy Locket. Lincoln Sphere, health regen. The one who... It's Tinker and Coddle are the problem for Holy Locket. More than, like, Holy Locket is a problem. Like, other healing heroes aren't busted because of Holy Locket. It is those 2 heroes specifically in the current patch that at least they'll come to mind. That seems unnecessary. Lincoln Sphere, health regen bonus, a little higher. Sure, whatever. Phylactery, 2 seconds lower. Yeah. Conda, a little bit cheaper. Yeah, no one's getting this stuff after they changed all that. Rod of Atos, every support's doing this. So you're gonna get less intelligence, and it's gonna cost you 100 more mana per use, or 50 more mana for a total of 100. That's kind of a lot. That's a lot for early game repeated Atos uses. Gleipnir, kind of the same deal. I feel like that's kind of a big nerf. Talisman of Evasion. Evasion bonus decreased by 5%. Same with the Radiance. Okay. Earn changes. Okay, what do you got? Now requires Circlet instead of Fluffy Hat. We're back. Back to Circlet. Recipe cost decreased. Total cost is actually going down to 825. Doesn't provide 125 health. Provides +2 all attributes. I think this is better. I think this is a buff to earn. Now requires Diadem instead of Vitality Booster. We're back to being a stat item. Universal Heroes, where are you? 10 all attributes. Soul Release when cast on an enemy instead of reducing blah, 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 blah. It is now affecting health restoration and heal amplification by 70%. Okay. Vlad's offering 1 less armor. Why would they do that? I don't understand that. Earn buff is good. This is good. This was not a really purchased item. I like that it's going back to stats. Don't really understand this. This is good. This is needed, but maybe not enough. I'm fine with this. These 2 are really strange to me. I don't really understand this. What do we got? Orb of Destruction, out. Pigpole, pig out. Out. Trusty Shovel, out. Chipped Vest is back. Every time you attack, you return 30 damage to... Was it always that much? I don't remember it being that high. Holy shit. 30 damage? And 20 to creeps? What in the world? Okay, does this give more info on how this works? Neutral artifact you choose while holding Dormant Curio will have a 30% increased potency. Provides an unleashed enchantment which improves some stats of the next non-Curio artifact that you'll choose while crafting. Improved stats will have a special icon in the description to indicate that it is improved by Dormant Curio. All improvements will be listed in this summary under each item section. This enchantment is tied to the next non-Curio artifact you select. It will be saved as long as you keep the upgraded artifact. Selecting a new one will make you lose the unleashed enchantment. This enchantment can't be retained with Techie's Spoon Stash Facet. So you hold the Curio, don't get a benefit in the current neutral artifact. You're saying, I don't need anything now, but my tier 2 is 30% better. That's interesting. There are heroes and times where I'm like, I don't really need any of these. So that's kind of cool. Kobold. Yeah, I don't know about this mana cost, guys. Mana and cooldown cost seems like a lot for... Oh, 10%? Wait, 10% or 10 move speed? 10% is a world of difference than 10 move speed. It's literally 3.5 times better. I gotta know. We told you, guys, there's so much to read in this patch. I can only partly read the chat. The chat is only being somewhat read. My hotkeys are different. I forgot.
Places, everyone.
How do I turn my... So I don't accidentally flame teammates. Poor man's shield is back. Oh, dang. Okay, I'm sold. It's good. Super good. I believe. Sister Shroud unveiled. Wait, to 0.25% of its current value. Is that not different than how it read before? Earlier, it read as minus 75% each time. So now it's a fourth of its current value. So 250, 12, 3.78. Okay, triggers only damage from... That's worse than what it originally read. I thought it went from 200 to 125. So it's like guaranteed dodge 2 attacks. And then the third one, you might get hit, you might dodge, and then after that, it's done. I thought it was like up to 3 dodges. So now it's actually up to 4 dodges. The first one's guaranteed, 50% chance on the next one, and then you're likely to be hit on the rest. That's not as good as I thought, but maybe more balanced that way. Because this is pretty much the cloak, but like a one-time use till you die or kill someone. You can also save Curio by recrafting it. Okay. New CK build. Get Curio with Fundamental Forging. Save it to tier 5 neutral at 35 minutes. Get Mega tier 5 neutral. Win game. All right, Gossamer out. Iron Talon out. Brigands, nerf this. Buffed. What? Oh no, it's just telling me Dormant Curio. I thought, okay. Dormant Curio increases life essence from 240 to 312. Okay. Mana draft from tier 1 to tier 2. I think that's fair. The mana draft is really good for certain heroes, and you would see people keep it till tier 2. Earlier, even further, but at least through tier 2 is really common. So I think that shows it's essentially a tier 2 item. Though they're buffing it as a result. Poor Man's Shield is back. And it will grant 50% chance to block 30 damage from attacks on melee wielders or 20 damage on range. Chance to proc increased to 100% against hero attacks. Dormant Curio increases this to 39 and 26 damage block. Searing Signet, Dormant Curio increases burn through's total damage from 72 to 93.6. That's a lot of damage.
Thank you.
Tumbler's Toy. Oh, you can jump a little further with Dormant Curio. That's really funny. That is Blink at home right there. Can someone explain the Blink thing? Blink has a cast range. If you went over the cast range, you only got 4/5 of the max cast range. So it was a skill-based thing to exactly put your cursor at the maximum blink range if you want to blink the maximum distance. If you went over that, you got 4/5 of the cast range. So that's now gone. You can now put your mouse wherever and you will always blink max range. That's how most abilities worked. Blink was unique. Nemesis Curse out. Ninja Gear out. Gale Guard. Okay, it's just telling us the dormant buffs. I'm not going to read through all those. I feel I have to read this again because it changed a little bit. Some of the other stuff changed a little bit from earlier. So health restoration is going to be reduced by 20% and deals 12% of the target's max health as damage over the duration. So 1% max damage per second, right? Because this lasts for 12 seconds. No mana cost. No mana cost is kind of crazy. Why do I have to pay 40 mana to run a little faster, but to burn 12% of someone's max HP? That's free. Psychic Headband's back. Psychic Push. Push the enemy target away from you 400 distance. Cast range 600, no mana cost, 20 seconds. Serrated Shiv. Yeah, don't care about the buff, sure, whatever. Ceremonial robe out, mindbreaker out, ogre shield totem out, thank god. Crippling crossbow, hobble 40%, place with 40 heal restoration reduce, okay. Desmond Bloodright, increase AoE, yeah, that's reading the same, okay. Giant's Maul, I think reads the same. Sure. Yeah. 100%, that's interesting. Yeah, Pirate Hat sucked. Okay, Book of the Dead is what? Nerfed? The duration's going down by 10 seconds. Health is down. Oh, damage type changed from default to runty. So they're going to do less damage to heroes. Or the warrior is. But the demonic archer will do... wait. This one will do more damage to creeps, but 50% less to heroes as well. Oh. I don't know why. Well, I guess I kind of understand why it's different. Dormant Curio increases. Yeah, whatever. Okay, we read all these. Ooh, Disgraced Regalia. So this is when you die. It is possible to recraft Disgraced Regalia. Nice. Oh, the usual Divine Regalia can still reappear when you're choosing the other three. You can get it again. Excellent. Oh, who's that? Thank you. What? Okay, Fallen Sky. That's the same. Helm of the Undying, returning as a tier 5 neutral. Death Delay. Survive for extra 5 seconds after receiving a killing blow. Enemy heroes dying within 1,200 units extends this effect by 5 seconds. Cooldown 50 seconds. So this is like Wraith King Ags, essentially, that you can increase. This is going to be really good for people who are trying to be burst. I actually think this is going to be too good at the pro level. By the way, guys, thank you for the sub. Sorry, I was kind of zoning out a little bit. Gator Neo and Lameso, thank you so much. This is going to be really good. Like, you try to burst an Enigma, but he lives for 5 more seconds, and then he black holes you. This seems really strong in the right games. And it's only 50 seconds, which is pretty much minimum how long you take a break between fights at the high level. Minotaur horns back, all this stuff, all buffed. Or not back, but like still here, buff, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Squishy Fluffkin, thank you so much as well. How does that work with Wraith King? It says that it procs before Wraith King's innate, but after his reincarnation ability or Aegis of the Immortal. So it sounds like you just lose Aegis, and then on your second death, Helm of the Undying kicks in. Okay, enchantments. What is this? Slight nerf to attack speed. Slight nerf to the health. But bonuses at the tier 4, which I gotta say is fair, because these didn't feel that meaningful as the game went on further. So you get 100 attack range at tier 4, 25% slow resistance at tier 4, 100 cast range at tier 4. Ooh, that's good. That's tempting for at least support perspective. I like that a lot for some of the heroes we play. 15 evasion at tier 4. Dang. 40% knockback resistance at tier 4. That's the worst one. That has got to be the worst one for sure. This is... Knockback is rare to matter, I feel. Real Mad Ferret, thank you so much. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. 31 months, dude. I can't believe it's been so long. 200 night bonus. Vampire, that's fitting. This one, crew doesn't apply slow resistance. Instead, bonus health restoration. Okay. Wise now also provides plus 15% max mana. Oh my god. OD. Gonna take Wise and keep Wise. My god. That's a lot. Okay, hero changes. Here we go. We'll have to take breaks here and there. We'll have to heat up my food at some point and eat. We're going to sit again. What does more than 100% slow resistance even mean? Surely wouldn't move faster. I imagine slows have a limit, actually. You can be hit by like 500% move slow by stacking different things, but you can only go to 100 move speed. So I imagine, let's say you're affected by 3 different spells and you end up at 120 move slow, 120% move slow. If you had over 100% move slow resistance, I think it would like cancel that out. But then move slow, it's like, oh, there's still 10% more move slow. I think that's how that would work. But I actually have not done a deep dive on move slow resistance since it got added into the game. I didn't really look at it. Okay, hero changes. Here we go. Abaddon was pretty popular for a while off of Mephitic Shroud being really strong. That's gone. Malignant, which part of me wants to say, by the way, guys, I can't help but feel a lot of the times the idea of facets was added in and it's like, oh, we're going to balance it. Eventually it's going to be right. And then some games are going to take this facet. Some games are going to take this facet. Some games are going to take this facet. That's fine with me. Some are going to end up broken. Some are going to end up bad. That's okay. I can't help but feel every time we get to a strong facet, we go, take it out. And then we put a new one in, you know, like when do we reach the point of like balance? And I know it's going to happen to some degree. Like, yeah, this idea is just way too good. We can't balance it. Take it out. I get it. But I feel like it happens a lot. I feel like a lot of times like, yeah, just it's gone. You know, start anew. I don't know how many years it'll take to finally like reach a point where facets are actually a choice depending on the game. Malignant Mist. Mist Coil. Mist Coil now also deals 40, 60, 80, 100% attack damage and applies effects from items and abilities. Self-damage when a cast on an enemy is increased from 40% to 70%. Really? You're going to do more damage to yourself, but do a lot of damage on people you cast. What? Just like ranged Abaddon now. Okay. Withering Mist. Instead of reducing healing, blah, 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 now health restoration by 35%. Okay, we're just changing like the terminology for the most part. Though it does sound like healing is slipping through on this stuff, but I could be wrong. Mist Coil no longer upgraded with the Aghanim Shard. Now it will upgrade Aphotic Shield. Deals 75% of absorbed damage to nearby enemies. So, Mephitic Shroud is now an Aghanim Shard.
But we'll watch the YouTube VOD later.
Yo, Steven,
Happy
what's
patch
up?
Day, everyone.
Yeah, happy patch day. Hope you're doing well, dude. The VOD will be there for you. I guess there's a core Abaddon build with Malignant Mist. I also think support Abaddon will be a little better for this. Not with this facet, probably the other. Because support Abaddon Shard was hot garbage. No one gave a shit about doing this stuff with the Shard. So now Mephitic Shroud is pretty good as a Shard if you're getting it as a support. Maybe we actually have support Abaddon again. Alchemist. Dividends. GPM per decreased? I thought this facet was garbage. I don't really see it that often, I guess. But this, I thought 75 GPM per ags was bad, personally. Personally, I can't believe it's going down by 5. Corrosive Weaponry. Max stacks increased. Decreased, actually, early game. Movement slow per stack increased up to 3.5%. Base attack damage reduction. This is probably the most meaningful one. Up by 0.5%. I don't really mind because kind of tired of Alchemist being like top pick all the time. So him being in the dumpster has been fine with me. But for being in the dumpster, this seemed like pretty buffs. I don't know about that. Yeah, it might be a pub thing. His pub data might be too good. I don't know the pub win rates. I know, Mikcha. I want a support alchemist who can do this to be reasonable. But then you sit and do the math of like, when does this pay off? And you're like, oh my God, never. Wow. I mean, not that it should be free, like every 10 minutes, but I thought 75 was not great for the downsides of support alchemist. Okay, AA, way too good, one of the best supports in the game. And we are going to reduce the cast range of Ice Vortex by 300 and the radius by 25. That's not too bad. Ice Blast, Shard, Cold Feet, stun duration decreased from 60% to 50%. Level 20 talent, Ice Blast, Frost, bitten duration decreased from 5 to 4. In the right direction. I don't mind, because I actually think Ancient Apparition was bad for a really long time. So if he's still in the meta, I don't mind. Seems like another smaller size nerf towards him. Kind of okay. Anti-Mage, terrible hero. Talent, Persecutor, min-max move slow, increased by 0.25 for minimum. Level 20 mana void stun, 0.1 higher. Guys, this is garbage. Granted, the actual patch meta does matter. So let's finish reading and then it'll be a slower paced patch, whatever. This seems so bad. I will say, though, the fact that Tormentor is pushed off by 5 minutes, in my opinion, is a buff to these slower heroes. Because if you weren't ready to fight at 15 minutes, that was really bad. Anti-Mage being one of those heroes. So the fact that it's pushed off to 20 minutes means that when you need to fight, Anti-Mage is likely to have Battle Fury Manta. And that's actually a lot better. So maybe that is already good enough. With all that said, that totally didn't matter for pubs. None of you guys were doing Tormentor. None of me was doing Tormentor at 15 minutes. No one in pubs was doing Tormentor. So I don't think that really affected this hero's win rate. Maybe at the pros, but I don't know about this. Arc Warden, Runed Replica. Level 1 now grants Arcane Rune instead of Invisibility Runes. More spellcasting? More spellcasting since you're going to get a Shadow Blade, potentially. That'd be kind of cool. Level 20 talent. Nerfed. Buffing the damage. Maybe a spellcaster Arc Warden. I'm just going to wait to see what the Smurfs do. If the Smurfs do it, it's good. If they don't, it's bad. I don't know how to read it. Axe, Call Out, Berserker's Call, bonus armor from +5 to +6. Really? Just like one more armor? Okay. Battle Hunger, move slow, increased by 3% in the early levels. Stays the same. Well, you leave it at a value point for a lot. 3% more move slow will be meaningful in some cases. Level 20 talent, counter helix damage increased by 5. Sure. Bane, Enfeeble. Cooldown decreased from 28 to 22. That's a lot less. Bane is already seeing a little bit of play at the pro level. So slow buffs to him while nerfing some of the other heroes could be good. Silencer's already started to drop out. But Ancient Apparition, all that stuff. Ringmaster, big pain point for Bane. As those heroes get nerfed and he's maybe getting buffed, could work out. Nerf to the move speed. Batrider's not good right now, so let's see what else they're doing to him. Nerfing the move speed. Stoked. Firefly also sets Batrider on fire. He's burning away 2% of his max health per second, but gains increasingly bigger bonuses to move speed and spell amplification over the duration. Max movement speed bonus 25 up to 40%. Max spell amp bonus 20%. Max bonus values are reached at the end of Firefly's duration and don't linger after. Bonuses increase and self-burn damage are applied every 0.1 second. Self-burn damage does not increase over time. Self-burn damage is magical and non-lethal. I'm going to hold my thoughts. Arsonist. Increase the max level of Sticky Napalm to 5. Number of times +2 all attributes can be skilled decreased. At level 5, makes Batrider's attacks apply 1 stack of Sticky Napalm. Holy shit. Now applies 2 stacks on... What? Now applies 2 stacks on cast. Nerf them. It's got to be nerfed, right? Stack limit increased from 10 to 20, okay? All per stack values are halved. Damage per stack decreased. Okay, half. Half. So this is effectively a way to extend how they can use Arsonist. Because if it was just 10 stacks, it was always going to be broken. So this is a little bit more wiggle room to work with. Like going from a scale of 10 to a scale of 100. You have more fine-tuning available. Aghanim Shard upgrade reworked. Removes the 20 stack limit. Holy crap. And allows Sticky Napalm to deal 35% of its damage to buildings. I can't wait to see a clip of someone sitting with an Aghanim Shard in Fog of War, just pressing Q and popping clarities and eating mangoes on a building and going through backdoor when they have 55,000 stacks. I'm going to have to look at that for the speed run. It doesn't sound like it'll be fast enough, but maybe. No longer upgrades with Aghanim Shard. Well, actually, Arsonist and the Armlet toggle. Wait, maybe this. Oh no, you have to add the Aghanim Shard. Never mind. It won't be good. This is interesting. We're like Huskarring him on Stoked. I have to go do the math on the numbers. I would need to look at that. This could potentially be really good. I feel Batrider is a hero who sink or swim based on his laning stage. Because Blink Lasso is good forever. That is always amazing. It's how fast you like win the lane and get to a Blink Dagger. So more early damage in the usual way could be good. This seems to be opening the core Batrider scaling potential. I'm kind of here for it. It's a pain to deal with as a support, but I think it's kind of cool to see. My safe lane was Batrider. Yeah, like that's what I'm talking about. It was a bit of a meme build that was actually kind of good, and that change might make it legit. Okay, Beastmaster. This hero is so good for so long. Base agility down by 3. Damage at level 1 decreased by 1. Watch out. Stacks granted upon using Primal Roar decreased from 10, 15, 20 to 10. Okay. 15 talent inner beast attack speed from 10 to plus 15. This stack nerf is pretty big for the late game kills. Not getting 10 stacks is quite a lot. His lane feels too consistent, personally, and when you're taking the early Tormentors, which I know are now 5 minutes later, which is a nerf to the Beastmaster, or doing the early Rosh, you're only at 10 stacks anyways. And I mean, you're not even roaring Roshan. So that is a big part of his strength, and I feel like he'll still be good because of that. But his scaling potential was strong because roar pickoffs were good even into the late game, and that makes him worse. So he's actually maybe an early hero again. Yeah, some support Batrider does happen, and very rarely core Batrider. Ricky and I saw it in the Fissure Plans we cast about a week ago. It can work, but it's extremely rare, and it's looking better. Batrider is going to be on my list to investigate with some math, as potentially really, really good. Bloodseeker. Blood Rage replaces spell amplification with base damage amplification. The ability now also silences the target and can be cast on enemies. Decreases cast range from 800 to 400. Increases mana cost from 0 to 60. Level 20 talent. Excuse me. Level 20 talent that reduces Blood Rage's max health damage doesn't affect enemy casts. Aghanim Scepter upgrade also affects only Bloodseeker and doesn't provide bonus damage to enemies. Level 10 Spellant reply with base damage, blah, blah, blah. 20 Blood Rage replaced with 175 health. So you just get a quarter amplification damage, essentially? Is this how this works? Just buff up your base damage? Old Blood Rage. Did he get a free orchid? Oh, that's true. Either silencing himself like Mask of Madness or silencing enemies. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't play Dota 1. I don't remember the very old version of Blood Rage. The ability to silence enemies, especially supports who would have just stunned you and gotten out. Like, sometimes you have enough damage and you don't care to buff your own damage. It's like silencing the enemies is kind of cool. For 8 seconds as well. We'll look at that later. Friendly Shadow, fade time reduced. Okay, that's not that big of a deal. Talent damage increased. Also, not really that big of a deal. Okay. Brewmaster, cast point improved. Sure. Cooldown up by 2. Down by 1 at max, though. Damage up. Okay. Cooldown decreased. 3 seconds. Same at max level. Primal split. Earth damage is up. Okay. Demolish building damage decreased. Pretty sizably. So not so good at taking buildings, but still good. Storm Bruling Cyclone now deals 75 damage when the target unit lands so that they can't just blink out. Windwalk bonus movement speed increased. So you can get your pandas out of there. Permanent immolation radius larger. Okay, just various buffs across the board. Especially in the lane, Brewmaster, the way he gets kills is like Cinder Brew and Thunderclap. And those are going to be lower cooldown and a little bit more damage. Which might help him have a better start. Which he then hit 6. Your ultimate is then stronger. Potentially threaten kills and towers a little faster. All of this is good. Get to your stuff sooner. Urn and Spirit Vessel became all stats again, which is good for Brewmaster. I don't like the naked Radiance Rush. I prefer the Urn Spirit Vessel builds when I see Brewmaster do that. And that build just got better for him. Bristleback. Seeing red. Vision cone increase from 90 to 110 degrees. Viscous nasal goo. Base armor loss decreased. So it's more scaling. Okay. Base movement slow decreased from 15 to 10. Sure. Quill spray. Added an auto cast. What? Right click the ability to make Bristleback automatically cast it whenever it's possible. Why are you even playing Bristleback if you're not pressing W every single second of your life? What's the fun anymore? Is Bristleback the new one-button king? Like, you just press it the one time and you just move around the map? I'm just kidding. This is kind of like... It just saves unnecessary APM spam, I guess. But it's like, I don't know. It's whatever. I don't think pros will ever use this. But going into a pub team fight, if you have, like, Alt-W to, like, activate it, could be kind of nifty. Especially if you have, like, Carpal Tunnel. You know, you don't have to press it as often. Though if you have Carpal Tunnel, you probably shouldn't be playing Bristleback anyways. This nerf, a lot of people keep Nasal Goo at level 1. So it'll be a pretty big nerf to his kill potential. here. And then this isn't really a buff. This is a quality of life. This is a buff, but I don't think it matters that much. So overall, a nerf. Broodmother. Buff is no longer dispellable. Okay. Level 10 talent. I think I saw a Reddit clip of like Oracle who does damage based on dispels just delete a Broodmother because all the Spiderlings had like a Spider Milk buff, and Oracle dispelled all of it, and that amped the damage insanely and killed Broodmother in like one shot. So it's like, besides that, I can't really think why, like, if this would matter that much in very many situations. Level 10 talent, Spider Milk's hero health as heal increase from 0.5% to 1.5%. -5 spin web recharge time changed with 12 incapacitating bite attack bonus. And they're changing 20 at oh. This is a lot of damage at 15. So a lot more aggressive potential, but you're more map limited because this talent is getting pushed back to 20. At which point are you even gonna get it? Or should you just do attack speed at that point? Centaur. Double Edge now also counts non-hero damage taken from enemies. Okay. On the Counter-Strike, I should say. Non-hero damage taken from enemies. Okay. And the cast range is a little higher. Sure. Chaos Knight, Cloven Chaos. Bounce range increased from 60% of cast range to 70%. Maximum damage increased by 5 at level 1 and 20 at max level. Kataomi, Bet Boom, Chaos Knight support. It's happening. Chen, okay. Haven't seen Chen in a while, even at the pro level. Base damage up by 2. Damage at level 1 increased. Just the new range, okay. Holy Persuasion. Bonus damage increased from 2 to 4. 1 higher at max level. Existing units now receive the benefit of Chen leveling up or improving Holy Persuasion. I actually didn't realize that they didn't before. I can understand now why they didn't, but this will be a good buff. So you don't have to cycle through every time you level this up. That's good. Now Chen's teleporting units also receive the buff when this ability is cast on Chen himself. Sure. Hand of God, now upgraded with Aghanim Scepter. Reduce the cooldown by 40 seconds. Hand of God becomes a channeled spell. After the initial heal, Chen can keep channeling the ability for up to 6 seconds to grant debuff immunity with 60% magic resistance to all allied units within 800 radius, with the exception of himself. This effect also triples the Hand of God's heal over time for all units within the debuff immunity radius. Is the radius around him? That's kind of wild, actually. What is the cooldown? 70 seconds. 800 radius is not that large, especially if he himself does not have debuff immunity. So now you need like BKB and Ags. At the same time, in theory, in the late game, Chen used to drop off. But now in the late game, if you manage to get like Ags BKB or something, and you're sitting there like, woo, channeling BKB around me, right? That's actually potentially huge. But just the situations he would get to this seem really difficult. It's a cool idea, but I'm not sure how practical. Holy Persuasion damage slightly increased. I'm not a Chen player. I don't know how good this will be. really. This, I think, is good for Chen. I mean, this stuff, the actual changes he got are good for Chen. How good in the grand scheme of things, not so sure. I actually thought Chen would have fit the last meta, which is like, be ready to fight at 15 minutes. I thought that was in Chen's wheelhouse, but then he wasn't good. Because I think of the nerfs to him. So I don't know. The fact that Tormentor's now even later. I mean, you can do other stuff as Chen. Take towers, I guess. Channeling, nice. All right, we can take a look. Usually I don't test too many things until I'm done reading it all, but this one is kind of funny. Let's go see.
So begins the persecution. Ah, scepter. Places, everyone.
Come on, Jix.
The issue is 800 range is not that large. At the same time, it's hard to argue to make it even larger because I get it. It's like that's already kind of good. What's the one?
May it please you.
Does Bloodstone still have the... What the heck is a Bloodstone made out of, guys? Why am I dumb? What's it on? Gleipnir. Right. A little bit of a brain fart there. Look, I've been up for a while, guys. Forgive me. Oh, yeah. Now we're getting there. So I think you'll the full channel's not good, but just imagine the late game scenario where
Time to be trouble.
like you see them coming for your carry and there's a shadow shaman on the team and stuff, you know, and they're like
No time
they're about to initiate on your carry or whatever. You can now do this to break the chain stun potential on your carry. And even if it's only for a moment, your carry then reacts and does shit. That might actually be good, even if you can't channel the full duration. I mean, yeah, you're not getting a Gleipnir, but I just wanted to see how large it could get. Because maybe if it's large enough, it is good. Okay. After seeing it, I'm warming up to some possible ideas of it, but I really don't know. Really don't know. No, it's not going to dispel, but it's just like take a lion or a shadow shaman. Let's just use them, right? The blink hex and then the shackle, right? And you don't want that chain stun to happen. So like once you see the hex, you could start channeling the ult so that the follow-up shackle can't connect to your core. Even though you're not dispelling the first stun, it's just the chain stun that's coming out from their abilities is like what it could be. You won't... I expect at a high level, it'll be very rare to channel 6 seconds, but I think the 1 second could be enough. Could almost be worth the Aghanim Scepter in the right game. Okay, Clinks. What do we got? Cooldown decrease from 80 to 70. This is the Aghanims, right? To have this, so it's going to be 10 seconds lower. Attack talent nerfed a little bit. I actually didn't... Is that necessary? Maybe Clinks in pubs is a good win rate. Clockwork. Chain Meal is hilarious conceptually, guys. I have no idea how good this will actually be, but it's really funny. Clockwork's outgoing damage is increased by 0.25% per point of armor. So it's actually not even just spell amp. It's all damage. Every time you eat a chainmail, you get 1% just damage amplification. So you need... What would be an impressive number? Let's say 10%. You need 10 chainmails. 5,500 gold. That's a lot. What's the fastest farming build you could have on Clockwork in order to eat chainmails? They nerfed Q. You could maybe go for an Aghanims and then just keep rocket flaring creep waves. I don't know, guys. I don't know if this is good, but I am telling you, I think I can certainly milk a YouTube video with how many chainmails can I eat, you know, and a picture of me, Clockwork, and the chainmail. So it's like a real clickbait title, followed by like 4 reports from my teammates, but sounds pretty funny. Rocket flare damage, aw. But replace, okay, that's actually kind of good. If you take the old, not chainmail, but if you take the old expanded armature, 70 extra mana per burn is really good versus certain heroes. Not only like, you know, like Medusa comes to mind, but a lot of strength cores who initiate are stupid and have very low mana pools. So if you actually hit them with like 2 power cogs, base power cogs is already 140 mana burn. And then what was it? An extra 70. So 210 per power cog. If you hit 2, it's like you're taking away a full spell from the enemy. Per power cog. So it's kind of a lot. Why would you eat the chainmail for 4 armor? So let's say 4 the damage output is a little bit of a meme, and I don't know if I believe in that. But I think the way that this is actually better is against a physical damage lineup. There is an idea in Dota that cost-efficient items are not slot-efficient. For example, the most cost-efficient item is Iron Branch. It's 50 gold. You get stats, but you can't buy 10 Iron Branches. They don't fit in your inventory. So you have to balance slot efficiency with cost efficiency. Clockwork can now do this mid-game timing where you could have pretty cheap but effective items like Tranquils, Wand, like Observers, Dust, right? A 4-staff, a Solar, and now you're like stuck. Now you're like, I gotta sell things to keep gaining stats. But then the enemy team is like, we all do physical damage, and you go, well, wait a minute. I can get stats without using any slots. I can freaking eat chainmail. No. You know, Clockwork's not actually a robot, guys. Why is he eating the chainmail? I don't know. He's actually still just a keen person. Why was he... Anyways, now you can gain armor without having to affect your slot efficiency. And that is arguably quite good in certain games. And if it's not good, you don't take chainmail. I don't know. The idea is interesting. I don't know how good it'll actually be. I'm willing to try it. But your lane's going to be way worse because expanded armature is insane. It's going to be hard to justify that. In fact, this level 20 talent, well, level 20 is kind of far anyways, but expanded armature with that is so good. Though Rocket Flare True Sight is also really good. That's a really tough level 20 talent choice now. Oh, that's killer. I guess you have to do it based on the game. Crystal Maiden, Arcane Overflow. I think if they want this to be good, they have to add on that it buffs armor power. I think armor power is not really noticeable in most games. Like Clockwork, let's say you have 20 armor. Every 4 armor is 1% damage output. So a chainmail gets you 1% more damage output at 4 armor. So if you had like 20 armor in a game, which would be pretty a pretty decent amount of armor for a support, it's like 5 damage amp. Like, who gives a shit about that? I like did some math with like core Clockwork, and it's like, okay, you could have like 10% more damage amp with this build. You could just get like an Orchid and have that extra damage burn at the end of the Orchid, you know, like, or buy a Dagon, like get the extra burst compared to the. It's a very unimpressive innate ability to me, and I love Clockwork. I think if they want Chainmail to be good, it has to make armor power more. Is 0.5 too much? Maybe. Okay. Crystal Maiden, allied mana restoration decreased to 15%. Restores a portion of mana to Crystal Maiden herself. That's actually quite nice. Activation no longer interrupts movement. What the fuck does this do again? Activating Arcane Aura temporarily increases Crystal Maiden's spell amplification and mana costs. During the duration, Crystal Maiden restores her 15%. Sorry, I know you guys can't see that because it's zoomed in. I completely forgot what Arcane Aura Overflow does. I saw some talks of like core Maiden with this, but never panned out. I don't know if I believe in this being enough. Darkseer, agility gain decreased by 0.3. Unfortunate for him. Normal punch. Man, this hero is not broken because of normal punch. What? The Tormentor being pushed back does decrease some of the value of Darkseer, but I don't know. This is not the nerf I would have thought he needed. Nor do I think it is the nerf he needs. Dark Willow, bonus health regen increase from 100 to 150, bonus mana regen from 100 to 150. I agree. This is so unnoticeable, guys. This shit is so unnoticeable. How many of you even knew Pixie Dust was a thing? Hey, you turn off all those red and green circles? Oh, I'm not sure. I haven't gone into a game yet. I'm sure it's buried in the settings somewhere. I'll take a look in a moment. And by in a moment, I mean probably not for a while until we finish reading everything. Cooldown decreased 1 second, flat across the board. I think Dark Willow is pretty viable, so slight buffs. I think it's like getting there. For the game starts. all right. 1 second. Let's save Mark K here. He's about to get into a game and he can't see shit going on. I don't even know what these circles are. I don't see these circles.
No time to dilly-dally.
What circles are we talking about? Do you guys see this?
Let's see where the road takes us.
I would actually like to see which direction they're facing. I wanted this circle. Never saved that, huh? All right. I assume it's under game. Icons. Are your hotkeys all reverted to Legacy 2? I don't think so. It's going to take me a while to get used to this. For a second, I was like, oh no, it is weird. And I was like, oh no, that's just my normal hotkeys. No, yeah, those are, a lot of these are the same to me. Okay, where is this? How can we... I'm sure other people will come in and ask this question, so it wouldn't hurt for us to find it and be able to tell people. Camera settings, probably not there. Courier settings. Interface. Doesn't seem like it's here. Enable high visibility hero. Doesn't seem like it's any of that. In-game notification. Purchases or picks up key items. Makes progress on a relic. Why would I give a shit that they're at 5 out of 10 shards? I would maybe do this too. Oh, wait, that could be really useful. So I stop griefing myself. Although the only reason it's going to leave the courier is because I call it. I'm going to turn this on just to see what it does, though. I don't see the circles, nor did I see the setting. I'm sorry to say. There's a search function. Oh, yeah. Well, part of me needs to get used to the new layout anyway, so I don't mind continuing to go through it, but that's right. I guess we'll search for it in a second. Spectator stuff? No, I didn't see it in the end. Labs interface persistent range indicators. Wait, why would persistent range indicators be that visualize the radius around your hero on hover? This shouldn't be... Well, I don't know what Mark is seeing. There are random red and green circles that look like it's showing you where people are clicking on the map, not a range indicator. That might be a bug. I have no idea what that would be. Yeah, the direction seems incorrect, though a kind of a subtle way to do it that like, okay, this is the way it is. This is the back. I'll work with this if this is what they give us. I thought it would be a little bit more pointed, like just like the tiniest of arrows would help me a lot. But I mean, I'll take what I can get. This will help me when my Morphling is like stunned up. But again, it's like, it's kind of unclear to me when like in the middle of a fight, this is fine. Nothing's here. Frickin' Macropyre, Kunka Boat, 3 spider webs on the floor. Oh, thank you. When we have a million things on the floor, I don't know if I'm going to be able to see this, but maybe it's only a game. Okay, it sounds like a bug, guys, so that is unfortunate. I've been delivered some food. Play bots? Okay, we'll try it. We'll take a look. I'm chewing food anyway, so we have time. I gotta update, though. What did I get? My fiance made... she went to the grocery store the other day. It's like a... It's like a pack. It's got like the tofu skin. We're not even showing Dota. I'll just show you the full food stream. So it like has the... Does my camera have the autofocus? Not with my face there. It's just got like a pack. It's got some flavoring for the rice. It's very simple. It's similar to inari, like the Japanese sushi, which is like rice and a fried tofu skin. But I don't think this is strictly inari. I think it's like slightly different. I think there was something on the container. My hand's a little sticky. I'm launching Dota. I gotta go wash my hands. Very common hiking / to-go food in Korea. Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. What were we doing? We were gonna see if launching a game showed the circles you guys were talking about.
Well, good evening to you. Take your pick. I am Ricky. Everybody get set. Dispatch.
Oh,
Quiet as cats.
Let's go.
I actually really like this, guys. It sounds like you guys don't want to see it, but I actually appreciate this so much. I think this is really useful.
Seconds to go.
Were you saying this is tied to persistent range indicators? Doesn't seem like it.
The game is on.
All right, let's get back to the patch. We're investigating this because it gives me time to chew my food. And I was really hungry. Where did they talk about it? I'm trying to find what term they used. Turn off hero with arrows. That should only apply to the minimap. It shouldn't be related to the floor thing. I mean, that doesn't mean it's not, but that's why I didn't check.
I alone hold back the ink tide.
Okay. Snack consumed. We've bought time till we have to eat another thing. I am a survival game. If I don't eat every X amount of time, I die.
With dripping bride.
Let's fly.
Oh, who's that? Thank you. What?
Anniversary is
Yeah, I'm not
also
sure how to get rid
patch
of it.
day.
Mordoracle, thank you so much. Yeah, patch day. Let's go. Patch day anniversary. I'll never forget the anniversary this way. Every time a Dota patch comes out. How could I ever forget? All right. Oh, where were we? God, oh God. Not even halfway. Thoughts on the Void Spirit change? We're at 2 hours in. Yeah. Probably in about 3.5 hours I can answer that question at the current rate of going. Facing? Okay, last search. No, I don't see it. Okay. Dawnbreaker, base damage decreased by 5. That's a lot. Damage by 1. That's the new range. Okay. She's not even that good. So what are they changing? Star Surge. Starbreaker now will grant attack speed buff even if Starbreaker was interrupted. Sure. A little bit of a buff there. Break of Dawn. Ability reworked. Passive. Can't be leveled up. Whenever the sun comes out, Dawnbreaker gains 25% bonus base damage and 20% bonus vision that decreases throughout the course of the day down to 0% at night. Interesting. So right after it turns to day, she gets this bonus. So at the start of the game, NA math here. Let's use 50 for an easy easy number. So like 12-ish damage. I hope I didn't just humiliate myself there. 12-ish damage that then gets worse. That's an interesting concept. Do you think they took this out because they couldn't come up with a solution of when it lagged the game for everyone? Daystalker. I know, right? Actually, though. When Phoenix ults? Oh, shit! Whenever the sun comes out. I guess if Phoenix ults in the... If Phoenix ults in the day, it shouldn't do anything because the sun already came out, maybe?
Happy patch day.
I wonder if it knows, because it should know at night the sun's only going to be out for like 6 seconds, right? So maybe she gets the buff and it goes... Yay, Sergeant Patton, what's up? Happy patch day. So this could be good for like rune fights. And I think a lot of people didn't really make use of the old ult anyways. Even though it was good, like as the day changed, pros would use it to like scout ganks and like make plays based on what they saw. But in a pub game, it was much harder to practically use. This will be much easier, and it's like super passive, so you don't even have to think about it. Pretty interesting. Ag Shard upgrade now also destroys trees in front of Dawnbreaker. Is that necessary? Sure. Okay. Why not? Why not? I don't really care. I guess it's to avoid getting stuck in weird ways somehow. Dazzle. Dazzle's been weird since they changed him. Flat cast range 900. Okay. Duration up by half a second. Okay. Heal amplification per 10% missing increased by 1% per flat for each level. I personally think Dazzle's biggest issue as a support, we'll speak for support, is his very mediocre laning stage. Very hit or miss depending on the matchup and how good you are at Dazzle and how good they know how to deal with you. I don't really think it's related to this at all. Core Dazzle is only graving himself. What an asshole. So I don't know if it matters. Death Prophet, Crypt Swarm, 15 more damage at level 1. That'll help a lot with securing creeps, some early fights. Projectile speed, going to be a little faster. AoE, going to get bigger AoE. Sure. Whoa, what's happening here? Okay, Disruptor. Thunderstrike from Thunderstorm Facet now also increases slow duration from 0.4 to 0.8. That's actually kind of a... Because it's 100% move slow, isn't it? Yeah. 100% move slow and attack slow for 0.8 seconds. That's actually a pretty good trading tool, I would say. Now that it's 0.8, maybe not too bad. Kinetic Fence, fix an error that displayed incorrect wall length in tooltip and description. Okay, so no actual change on Kinetic Fence. And then what is Transference? Increases the max level of electromagnetic repulsion to 4. Improves with Static Storm. Electromagnetic repulsion can be activated targeting allied heroes or self. Manual cast deals damage equal to 10% of Disruptor's current health and sets ability on 26, 20, 14, 8-second cooldown. Cost, cast range 600, mana cost 50%. 10% of Disruptor's current health. What do we have to start? 582. Oh, sorry, you guys can't see it. It's 582. Buy some iron branches. Let's say you have 600. We'll just keep it at 600. Easy. So 60 damage, and you can push him back. Level 1. I'm trying to think of a level 1 fight. Okay. Ooh, wait, guys. There's people who just play the patch totally don't know this yet, right? They haven't read everything. Position 5 Disruptor. Walk up. Start E. Transference, push them under tower, and then kinetic field them under the tower. Oh, yeah. Easy first bloods. Seriously, though, starting with your Q and then taking transference is like getting an extra, we'll say 60, but probably a little less because you're probably getting hit as you walked in. 50 damage, then we'll say. 50 damage for 50 mana. Barely acceptable. But that's something they don't have. So it would be costly, but you could probably take a good trade with it. And then it doesn't even have to be you. Your carry could be in, and you could use electromagnetic repulsion to push them away. But it will hit heroes, hit the creeps, won't it? This is really interesting as a save. It might be good for like snipers on your team, you know, and you just got to keep them away from sniper. This could be interesting. Ooh, cliff people, Steve. Yo, dude, you're thinking now. Okay, this is a fun one. I don't think it'll actually be that good. I'm not sure how good it'll be. But there's games I don't think you need kinetic fence, and I don't like you've lived and died without having this shit, you know. So I could see electromagnetic repulsion being the way to go, especially to protect like drows and snipers and type stuff. And it might let you do some funny stuff. I'll definitely try that out. Aghanim Shard, dormant duration, down a little, sure. Static Storm replaced with static DPS. That's not something you really care about as Disruptor. I don't think I really care about my 15 talent now, though. How much damage is it? 200, 275, 350. Like one extra level's worth of damage. I don't know. Yeah, it's for the silence. No one cares about the damage. The duration's way better. That's a nerf. Thunderstrike, slow duration replaced with electromagnetic repulsion radius. Oh my god, what a meme. Kinetic field duration down a little. Okay. Devil's Bargain. Item sellback percentage decrease from 90 to 85%. Okay. Boring. Mana cost is a little cheaper in the max levels. Ag's radius a little higher. Whatever. Boring. This is just changing it to match the new stuff. Drow, changing it to match the new stuff. Again, I feel like I'm reading that it doesn't work on healing, but I could be wrong. It could just all be connected to health restoration, but it sounded like the way they described it, it doesn't include this. I guess I should sit and test that, but I won't do it right now, and we'll do it later. And we'll just keep wondering, keep being unsure. Earthshaker, remove Spirit Karn innate ability. Yeah, that one sucked. Tectonic buildup. Ooh, he's getting Slugger as an innate. I'm going to skip ahead because that sets the tone for the new facets. Almost no values were changed. Still improves with Echo Slam. Damage, creep death, down a little. Wow, just got that shit for free, huh? Aftershock radius is being decreased and echo damage decreased as well. Okay, so what are the new facets? Aftershock. Radius increase rescaled from plus 50 with every 10 hero levels to plus 40 with every level of Echo Slam. Okay, easier to get the Echo Slam levels, I would say. Resonating Ridge. Enemy heroes stunned by Fissure emit an echo to each nearby unit within 400 radius, dealing 60% of Echo Slam's current echo damage. It's equal to 54, 60, 66 damage plus 30 with level 20 talent. Interesting. But I assume when you take level 1 Fissure, it does nothing because you don't have Echo Slam. What if this griefs you? Like your core Earth Shaker and you Fissure from Fog and then you blink into Echo and you killed some creeps. I guess if you're really worried, you'll just blink into Echo to start. But there's technically a human ability to react or by chance miss the blink Echo, whereas Fissure from Fog is like guaranteed surprise. Maybe Aftershock is just better. I mean, you got the base ability nerfed, but then like by level 1 ult, it's almost the same, and level 2 ult, it's now starting to get larger. Is that meaningful though? A little bit. I'm not sure how good this will be. Okay, Elder Titan, Natural Order on Deconstruction is being nerfed a little bit. Astral Spirit no longer automatically rejoins ET on collision with him. Now requires a duration to run out. Or okay, this is a massive quality of life change. This allows you to use the Spirit in lane more freely without accidentally bringing it back in too soon. There was no reason for it to accidentally do it anyways. Ember, number of bonus units increased from 1 to 2. Unit count increased from 3 to 4. Sure. Chain Gang. Can't hotkey the repulsion facet. Rip. It's not. How do I choose? Oh. Disruptor. Why am I having a hard time finding him? Just use your mouse, I guess. That's funny. That is funny. I want, if you have this bound already by default, will it help you out? Will it go to that for Disruptor? Chain Gang. Oh, maybe you guys didn't see it because it was zoomed in. Oops. Yeah, that one got buffed. Everyone takes the double impact for the lane. This might be good in some situations, though I'm not fully sure what, though. And I don't know if it'll be worth more than Sleight of Fist or double hit. Enchantress, attack range bonus, a little bit higher. Okay, impetus, mana decreased a little, so it's easier to spam early levels if you want. Enigma, damage reduced a little bit. These are really hard to deal with if your matchup's bad, which I mean is kind of how a hero is supposed to be. If you had a good matchup, he was supposed to wreck you, but seriously tough. The Eidolons will kick your ass. Faceless Void. Time dilation buffed a little. Buffed a little. Buffed a little. Buffed a little. Okay, just a lot of little buffs for Faceless Void. Maybe if the game takes longer. Because Faceless Void is a hero who is not ready to fight at 15 minutes. It's not very good for him. So maybe the fact that Tormentor spawns later is better for pro Faceless Voids. Along with now a bunch of little buffs. Grimstroke. Ooh, I do like fine art. Let's see. Grimstroke launches a mirrored curved stroke from his free hand. Each enemy can take damage only from one stroke, but still contribute to bonus damage accumulation for both? What? Hang on here. That's very interesting to me. All right, we're going to come back to that. Let's read this real quick. Point vector targets behavior previously exclusive to fine art facet is now enabled by default. 20, 30, 40, 50 bonus damage per unit replaced with separate values for heroes and creeps. 20, 40, 60, 80 per hero. 10, 20, 30, 40 per creep. Boo! Leave it as it was. It's not that bad. This is arguably better to use when just harassing heroes, but when you did hit creeps, you can't ramp up as much damage. Soulbind, if the debuff ends the primary target early due to status resistance, it will also be destroyed on the secondary target. Oh, I never really... Interesting. I never really noticed that. I want to see this one. Whoa. Whoa. This is going to confuse the heck out of me.
Yes, better get ready.
Dude, you can... Pretzels!
Willingly.
What is the best way to use this?
This way now.
I'm trying to imagine how you stand in lane and, like... What would the... Okay.
This go.
Pole camps are here and here. And now you just gotta, like... My brain is breaking right now.
Overflows. I can't do that now. I set my
Or
brush
how else?
as I will it.
If you were in, say, the off lane and you want to
Yes.
hit the hard camp while pushing in the lane. Why you're doing that, I'm not sure, but like there's some angle you can do there. Aw.
Expected. Lifeline ends.
All right. That's interesting. That's going to be really hard to get used to and like plan out, but I bet it's got some cool uses. Gyrocopter, base armor down by 1 and the move speed up by 0.5 on the duration. Sure. I mean, 1 armor is kind of significant, so it's fine. I don't think Gyro's even that good, though. He's just like, he's fine. He's like A to B tier. After all the top tier carriers are banned, it's like, Gyro's stable, sure. Hoodwink, not in a great spot. What do we got? Go Nuts, no longer increases buff duration to 3.54, 4.55. Sure. Acorn Shot, cheaper, 15 mana. That's actually a lot. Buff duration increased. All right, so now it's just being regular. I thought they were trying to make Go Nuts better than the other one. I guess they were originally when the other facet was the Acorn Shot. That one was too good. Now that they took that one away, they're reverting this change. Okay. Huskar. Aghanim Shard, movement slow. Okay, so like nothing. Sure. We can still do... We can maybe dare to change a Huskar support at some time. Though it feels worse now because the Tormentor's going to be even later. The pacing is worse. Again, I guess that never mattered in pubs though. Invoker, base damage increased by 4. You guys know I like support Invoker if it's possible. Intelligence gain decreased by 4.7 to 4. That's a nerf to core Invoker, but not strictly to support Invoker. Aghanim Scepter no longer grants +2 levels to facet-centered orb and +1 to the others. Now grants only +1 orbs to all levels. Removed basic facet exclusive upgrades. Okay. No longer restores mana or health. So what the hell does this shit do then? Ice Wall. Aghanim Shard upgrade moved to Aghanim Scepter and reworked. All right, so it didn't really get moved. It's just different. Aghanim Scepter makes the skill vector targeted to create a moving ice flow instead of ice wall. After 1.3 seconds delay, the ice flow forms from the center of the targeted area, creating a 150 width ice flow in its wake. Enemies that stay in it for longer than 2.5 seconds freeze, becoming rooted for 1.5. Freeze implies stun. I'm upset that it's just a root. Becoming rooted for 1.5 plus 0.1 times quas level seconds, and taking an instance of 75 plus 25 times quas level magical damage. Aghanim Scepter cast range is 600. Ice Flow can freeze the same unit multiple times if they leave the flow and enter it again. Staying in the flow would prevent the unit from being rooted again. Well, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. They should be rooted more for staying in the flow. Increase slow radius by 150 and applies ice walls damage per second to all affected enemies. Oh. No longer. So what's this one do? Aghanim Scepter Twister spawn interval increased. Scepter Twister damage per second rescaled. Aghanim Scepter Twister duration also. Blah blah blah. Who cares? Aghanim Scepter Cataclysm cooldown increased from 75 to 90. Okay, and then what were the other changes? Now grants a certain amount of attack speed. Again, didn't that just get removed in the last one? Attack damage per increase, per instance increased, just 1 flat. Matters for the early laning. You get 2 damage per exort instead of, like, you go from 3 to 6. That matters for a high level last hitting. And harass. Cold Snap, freeze damage increased by just 20. Just, yeah, do it. Why not? Damage decreased 150 plus 50 to 125 plus 50 times exort. Okay, sure. Duration rescaled on Forged Spirits. They live a lot longer earlier at low levels, but don't live as long at max level, which I think is fine. Ice Wall. The damage per second interval is now based on an individual unit gaining the debuff rather than on an interval for the entire wall. As a result, the first damage instance is now applied instantly. Damage interval improved from 1 to 0.5. Damage per second rescaled from 8 times exort to 25 plus exort times 5. So this is much better for early levels of Ice Wall. Wall width now supports AoE bonuses again. Oh, hell yeah. Gleipnir Ice Flow incoming. Okay. I gotta see this Ice Flow shit.
Before we get started, how embarrassed do you want to be? Found this in a real old book.
Let's not look at that quite yet. Okay.
Everybody get set.
Actually, let's not be max level. Let's,
Talk about getting something from a good book.
Here I am, support Invoker with Ice Wall and Cold Snap, as one does. Working towards my Urn, which is now all stats again, so you actually get some damage from it instead of Fluffy Hat. All right, where's my enemy? The enemy Dark Willow, and I miss my Ice Wall. Boy, that was ass.
Last one there likes tainted wax.
We're going on a little field trip, Jix.
Ah, Dota crashed.
Ice Flow was too powerful. We didn't even get to do it. Don't skip over that Forge Spirit change, that early jungle ability for Invoker. Yeah, then you won't have to have it as long, and it'll live longer to help you jungle. I definitely agree with that. To be honest, I am from the support Invoker mindset. I don't think we'll be using Forge Spirits that often. That's why I didn't talk about it that much. I think for core Invoker, it'll be good. Did you see that Clockwork's model became bigger for every chainmail? I saw it demonstrated in the little clip they had, but I didn't do it myself. All right, let's try again. Let's see if we crash.
Rex Quas Wex.
slower to load than it used to be there too. All right, guys. I guess we're not seeing ice flow. So we'll just go back to reading the patch. I'm sure there'll be another little update to fix that later. He wants to keep his secret spells. What can I do? Just press max level? I guess we can. But I didn't want the like full thing. Is leveling up at a time the reason it's crashing? Not just like being Invoker? And or I don't know what else? Thought we were about to crash there. So how's this work? Ooh, pretty cool.
You ready for shenanigans?
Orbs up. Behold.
Wait, it doesn't affect her right away?
Overzealous?
First blood. It's that easy?
Can't stay here.
Killing wall of course.
So it's pretty slow to form now, actually.
I didn't think that would work. Suckers.
We're going on a little field trip, Jix.
I probably have to recast.
Elements. You said this one's a classic.
Do the full recast. Oh yeah, there we go. She'd be higher level though.
Let's see where the road takes us.
Just stand there. I'm supporting, I'm helping. That's a lot of money for that. I'm gonna have to think on that. Ice Flow sounds like it could be good, but I don't know 4,200 versus low farming support good. Oh, Kez changes? Nice. Let's see if the like support Kez is a thing. Io, remove Sightseer innate ability. Yeah, that was bad. That was not a good one. Consumable items and item abilities that restore health and mana over time affect Io twice as fast. Total amount of restored health or mana remains the same. I guess that's good for actual fights. But the value ends up kind of being the same. But the speed of which you get it does matter in terms of saving somebody. I don't know how I feel about this, but it is better than his last one, which was Channel Watchers faster. Boy, that was dog shit. So this is at least better than that. Yeah, like Salve will be twice as effective for healing up a teammate. Or the speed of it, which is what matters when they're being killed. So yeah, maybe it's better than I'm thinking. If you have one of these, because that's the thing. Maybe you're going mech, Soul Ring, right? Like, it doesn't matter at that point. So that's what I'm kind of iffy on. A lot of the items you do buy aren't affected here. Relocate is 10 seconds lower. That's kind of nice. Aghanim Scepter movement slow. I don't think tons of people are buying Aghanim Scepter, so I don't think I'm worried about that for support IO. Jakiro. Ooh, big nerf to the Liquid Frost. This is probably almost never going to be worth using now for the amount of damage you have to get in the level 1. Oh, but it's higher at max level. I have to do the math real quick again, but I think before you needed 9 instances of Liquid Frost for it to you had to proc Liquid Frost 9 times to get the same value as Liquid Fire. Now it's what? 13-ish, 12 to 13. And I don't think you can do that amount in the time you have. I guess depending on the amount of auto attacks you do, but you pretty much have to do constant auto attacks as soon as you apply Liquid Frost. This is going to make it much harder to get value out of level 1, and I think it's going to be safer to just use Liquid Fire in the early levels until you get Liquid Frost at least level 2, looks like. Macro Pyre, Linger. Down to 1 second. Boo. Aghanim Scepter no longer increases flame width by 70. Boo. Not a fan of that, but I do know Jakiro needed a nerf. Should nerf just early game more than the Macro Pyre, in my opinion, but I kind of get it. Juggernaut. Blade Fury. Damage tick interval is no longer based on Jug's attack speed and has been changed to 5 ticks per second. Damage rescaled from 40, 45, 50, 55 per tick to 80, 110, 140, 170 per second. I don't play Jug. I'm going to need someone else to do the math on this later. I'm going to have to look at it later. I actually don't know. If it's more damage than before, that's good, obviously, right? Like, you'll do more damage. But I don't actually know how this compares. Level 20, -3 Blade Fury cooldown replaced with 90 Blade Fury DBS. Huge nerf. This Blade Fury change? Coddle, Keeper of the Light, Recall, Chakra Magic's now applied only to the teleport target. Yeah, that's fair. Keeper was getting... This is going to force Keeper to use Chakra Magic on himself every now and then in these fights. Spirit bonus cast range reduced a little. That's good. Chakra Magic, yeah. All these necessary. Keeper's like way too good for the pro levels. For pubs, probably never really saw him. Kez, okay. I want to play Kez 4. Let's see what's up. Health, regen. I don't see him being added to Captain's mode. I mean, it looks like he's going through a lot of changes. So no Captain's mode quite yet. Health regen, up, always good. Base attack speed, up, always good. No longer grants cooldown reduction on Shadowhawk. Okay, Invis bonus crit decreased. I don't even remember this facet at all, actually. Looks like it just got nerfed. Now also increases buff duration by 1 second for Raven's Veil. Okay. Switch discipline. Katana discipline no longer increases damage by 12%. Katana discipline now increases damage gained from agility by 20%. Dang it. That seems worse for support. Well, maybe not. Let's keep reading. Echo Slash. Cooldown rescaled from 2018-16-14 to 21-18-15-12. Okay. Bonus hero damage decreased, though, by 5 flat. Okay. Grappling Claw no longer has lifesteal. Mana cost 10 cheaper. Cooldown 3 lower at level 1. Cast range is a little shorter by 50. That's not that big of a deal. Move slow rescaled. More slow at high levels. And the slow has a fixed time instead of Kez's travel time. Okay. But no lifesteal. I wonder if that's being moved somewhere else. Okay. Let's continue on in this essay. Kazurai Katana no longer applies health regen reduction. Damage per second rescaled. Less at level 1, but more at max level. Duration rescaled from 5, 6, 7, 8 to 7%. Total damage with duration increased from 30% up to 72 to 35% up to 77%. So actually a buff overall when you factor in both I suppose the difference and the technical nerf to the damage is that if you dispel it early, you get less damage compared to before. But dispels early are a little rare, and if you're applying Kazurai Katana, it's easy to keep applying. I think. Now has a reworked active component as a default part of the ability. Kez impales the target, landing an attack on it and setting its move speed and turn rate to 0 for 0.6 seconds. The target also takes 50% of current Kazurai Katana bleed stacks as burst damage. Cast range 200, mana cost 50, cooldown 20, 15, 10, 5. This attack can proc attack modifier similar to regular attacks. The stacks that would be created by the impale are not added to the burst damage and are added after the effect ends as the usual bleed stack. Previous version did not include them in the burst. Reworked Aghanim Shard upgrade adds 100% lifesteal of the attack damage dealt on impalement if the impalement was made from behind in a 105 degree cone. The slow is replaced with a stun, and the number of bleed stacks is increased from 50% to 100%. Oh my god. It's going to matter what side you stand on? That's freaking chaos, dude. Okay, let's keep going. 1 second channeling was replaced with the 1 second cast time. Still cannot be canceled by Kez. That means it won't go on cooldown if the cast is interrupted, and it's affected by cast speed bonuses. This is similar to what Sand King got, which began his path to viability to where he is nowadays. Strike count increased from 234 to 4. Base damage rescaled from 75 to 30, 60, 90. Total damage is just nerfed a little bit at level 1. Well, 30 damage is kind of decent at early levels. But a little higher at max level. Max health as damage decreased. Okay, so this part is a buff in the early game, but a nerf in the late game. Lifesteal against illusions now has an 80% penalty. Okay. Falcon Rush now also provides slow resistance during buff. Secondary attack damage decreased from 100%. Secondary attacks damage decreased from 100% to 45, 50. So you're getting way less damage on the secondary hits. Rush range is no longer increased by AoE bonuses. And the duration, the cast time, the cooldown, 1 second less, 2 seconds less. Okay. Talon Toss, no longer in AoE, procs only on target, now inflicts an attack with True Strike and fixed damage instead of simply dealing physical damage. This means it can proc and apply attack modifiers, but it also doesn't affect attack immune units. Damage rescaled, okay, 60 up to 240. Silence duration increased from 1.75 to 2, and then 0.25 more. Oh, it just flat, okay. Also, lower cooldown in the early levels. Chance to mark up by 1%. Yeah. Mark no longer provides True Strike, because now it's on Talon Toss. No longer grants bonus stun or critical strike from marks generated by pairing an enemy hero. As a result, there is no longer a visually distinct mark for being parried. Okay. 1.5 mana regen replaced with 50 Raptor Dance radius. Raven Veil March applies parry bonus replaced with +1 Raptor Dance strike. 50% Falcon Rush evasion replaced with 50% of attack damage to Talon Toss. This was a lot to read and a lot of numbers changing. I can't process it right now. But I want to try Kez support again. And it might be doable with some of these changes. So I'm gonna return to that later with math. Kunkka. Grog Blossom. X marks the spot upon return. Now always applies ghost ships to himself. Oh. Okay. I mean, that's a buff to that facet. It wasn't very popular. Legion Commander. Outfight them! Now levels up with Duel. Instead of increasing blah, 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 health restoration, and it scales 30, 40, 50, 60% now applies when attacking enemy heroes that are equal or higher level than you instead of only higher level enemies. So now when I feed, it was good, but if I'm actually doing okay, it might still be good if we're equal level. Yeah, Kez is kind of... He's pretty complicated. I think it... Yeah, the lifesteal being gone and stuff will definitely change the way it works. But I couldn't... I feel sorry for you guys because I understand if you liked Kez. Like, he just fundamentally... Well, not fundamentally, but like key components changed. I couldn't get away with playing Kez support, or I wasn't brave enough. So I won. Or we'll see. I think maybe there's a style where like a Kez support would work. I could be completely wrong though. Maybe I also am underappreciating some of these changes. But I'll try it. Leshrac no longer improves with Pulse Nova level. Damages mana restoration, rescaled. It's a flat 25. Better in the early game, worse later. Though arguably has more mana issues in the early game. Because the late game's covered by items. I don't play Leshrac Core, so not sure. Split Earth, Aghanim Shard, additional cast. Man, they keep making this worse and worse. Rip support Leshrac. Lich, Frostbound Facet gone. Is that the one that... Oh, man, that's what kind of made him good. It would stick to a hero if they weren't near anything to bounce for a little bit. That's actually gone now. Okay. Sinister Gaze applies an Evil Eye debuff that will deal additional 10, 15, 20, 25 damage every time Lich deals magic damage to the target, and amplifies received movement slows by 50%. The Evil Eye debuff duration lingers up to 2 times the elapsed Sinister Gaze channel duration. MKB Maelstrom Lich build? Maybe Earn? Does that count? Does it have to be his spells? Mana drain per second decreased from 15 to 20%. Increased, sorry. No longer has extended duration on creeps. Okay, I didn't really use them on creeps anyways. The orb lingers for 2 seconds if there's no current. Holy shit, he has it for free! Whoa. Bounces can now damage and slow Roshan. Hero hits to kill decrease from 5 to 4. Wait. Just getting this for free is huge. Damn. Says about the items. Oh, does it? Abilities and items that do not proc. Certain other abilities, Blood Grenade, Radiance. But does that include... Well, I'll have to check. I'll check. It can't affect Earn, because Earn would be busted, but maybe they overlooked that, and then we'll win a game with it. Getting this for free is a big buff to the hero, I would say. This other stuff is like... This is a little bit of a sad nerf, but nothing else on the hero got nerfed. So he's just getting this for free, and you can now take this facet or the other facet. Like, that's pretty good, in my opinion. Lifestealer, base strength decreased by 2. Sure. Damage over time debuff is now undispellable. Oh, interesting. Feast, heal from target max health rescaled. Little worse, okay. Max health damage rescaled. Also a little worse. But a little better in the early game. Don't think he's usually about the early game. Well, actually, that's not true. Sometimes your lanes can be kind of bad. Creep, max HP loss per second decreased. Lena. Combustion, 5 flat damage. Laguna, 100 damage for the max level. I guess so. I don't know the math for combustion well enough. Lion, Finger of Death. Ooh, 10 seconds off. That's not too bad. And the cooldown. Ooh, nerfing this, actually. Pub Lion players in shambles here. This is good for the hero, though. His ult is so long cooldown in the early levels. And most people who are playing Lion seriously aren't getting ags outside of, like, late game. So I don't think this will affect the, like, serious, sweaty Lion support player. This will affect, like, the memer Lion support player. Lone Druid, Gem of True Sight's passive True Sight now works when carried by the Spirit Bear. Oh, it didn't before? I didn't know that. Lycan, Spirit Wolves. Bonus health per wolf increased a little bit. That seems kind of insignificant, I'm not gonna lie. Wolf Bite now can be used on allied creep heroes. Holy shit. The Treant doesn't count as a creep hero, right? These are like Chen stuff and like Dom creeps. What else? The bear. Dude, turn the bear into a wolf? Whoa. Whoa. Magnus. Slow. Oh, it's actually a lot worse. Early slow is way worse. Aghanim Shard. No one cares about that. Marcy. Ooh, 0.4 on agility gain is pretty good. Damage 0.2, not bad. Dispose damage rescaled. Worse damage at the early levels, stronger in the later levels. The biggest thing about Dispose, though, is the positioning, so that might be okay. Mana cost decreased by 5 at level 1, but it's actually 20 at max level. These are pretty decent Marcy buffs, I gotta say. This seems solid. Oops, I accidentally closed this. There we go. Mars, Dauntless, HP regen per extra enemy increased from 50 to 70%, radius decreased from 900 to 700. Sure. Level 10 talent, Dauntless, regen per enemy buffed. I'm trying to make this more relevant, but like, what is the Mars item that even gives him that much HP regen? It's like, it has to be like, it's mainly coming from this part, I feel like, but I actually think Bloodsport is better in so many cases. And then, like, what is the HP regen you're getting? I don't know. Just wait till you see Veno. I'm excited. Though I think I may also have to go grab a new drink in a moment here. Maybe a new snack. Medusa. Base damage decreased. 30 at max level. Okay. Mana gain rescaled. Just a flat 15, so a little better early, but worse overall for most of the game. Gorgon's Grasp is going to be a bit more expensive. Oh, actually a lot more expensive. 25 more at max. Stone Gaze, also more expensive. So don't forget, because mana is her health, this is like doubly painful for her. Those are not bad nerfs. Not bad. Will it be enough? I'm not fully sure. But I think that's a good direction. Meepo, base armor decreased by 1, but the clone stat share is up by 5%. I want to see Meepo in the pro scene. I don't think I've ever cast a Meepo. No, I think I have. But I'd like to see more. I think it's fun to watch. I don't want to play against it, but I think it's fun to watch. With that said, I haven't seen Meepo in ages, and to a degree, I do kind of miss seeing it a little. Marana, leaps and bounds, root duration is going to go up by how much? 0.4 at level 1 is a lot. 0.25 at max level, not bad. Wukong's Faithful, gone. I didn't think it was... Yeah, I don't know. I didn't love that facet. I think this one where he like teleports around that they showed us at the start is much cooler. I like the idea. I don't know how good it'll actually end up being. Typically, free mobility tends to be quite good. Primal Spring, cast range decreased. Fair. Counter duration decreased. Okay. This is the 1, 2, 3, 4, not the actual buff duration, the counter duration. And losing it for a little bit matters a lot in the laning stage. This is how you like bully people and zone them. So losing it sooner is big. Morphling, one of the better carries at the pro level. 0.6 strength gain decreased. Base mana regen from 0.5 to 0. Wow. Shift rate, a little worse in the early level, but kind of more significantly worse at max. This is like, now it's like you only have 3 levels of this ability compared to what it was before. Morph, replicate, sub ability, cooldown. I don't even know if that matters that much. No, I guess it does, right? Because that determines how quickly you can swap between what you've copied, and sometimes you need to swap faster. Okay. These feel like pretty sizable nerfs to Morphling, but I'm not a Morphling player, so I don't have a true grasp of it. Muerta. Removed Ofrenda facet. Yeah, that one was kind of boring. And nah. Quick draw. Deadshot. Whenever an enemy is feared, Gunslinger proc chance increases to 1.5 times base chance for 5 seconds. Gunslinger. Each time Gunslinger procs, the remaining Deadshot cooldown is reduced by 1 second. Oh, that is interesting. I like this idea. Well, the other facet's better for support Muerta anyways. Core Muerta maybe does find benefit from this. You're able to shoot Deadshot more often. So people come to you and you're like, pow, pow, pow. Fire Deadshot, hit a hero, have a higher chance to like kill him. Support Muerta can probably also just use this. Level 20 talent, 2 Deadshot charges replaced with +2 Pierce the Veil duration. Okay, that is a change for core Muerta right there. And the level 25, 25% magic resistance replaced with the 2 Deadshot charges. Okay, that is pretty painful for support Muerta. 2 seconds Pierce the Veil is maybe not bad as a survivability, though. But 2 Deadshot charges was huge for support Muerta. So now you push that off to 25, you're rarely going to see it. Maybe there's like a scaling Muerta support build where you take this facet instead. I'm sure people will try it. People love Muerta. I don't know how good this is for core Muerta. Though I do think more Pierce the Veil time is good for core Muerta, because you're like a transform hero in that sense. Naga Siren's pretty out of it. Slightly higher agility. Deluge no longer reduces enemy status resistance. Damage is going to be a little bit higher. Max movement speed decreased. Okay. And Snare. Scepter now also applies break to the target. Whoa. Break on Axe? Song cooldown is not going to be 3 minutes at level 1. It's going to be 160 seconds. Level 25 talent and Snare applies break, replaced with +25 agility. People are going to take the mirror image cooldown, I feel like. Well, I guess it depends on the game if they have ways to instantly kill stuff. I don't know if I think this will be good for support Muerta, or sorry, support Naga, or like core Naga actually prefers this stuff. Well, I don't know if core Naga would take Deluge, but like, you know, you get gold and it's like, oh, I can get Ags and have a break.
Siren rises from the deeps.
BKB piercing, root, and break. But maybe that's just good on support, too. Well, I mean, supports don't do it now, so why would they start doing it just because of the break? All right, whatever. Let's keep going. Natures. I love natures. Attack range down by 20. Okay. Removed Ironwood Treant facet. Fair. Soothing saplings. I don't mind this idea, but I find it very counterintuitive on how to use. Sprout. Healing mechanic reworked. Yes. Now enchants all trees in a 1200 AoE around the sprout. Each enchanted tree emits a 175 radius healing aura. No longer heals buildings. I didn't know it healed buildings. Heal per second increased from 10, 20, 30, 40 to 14, 26, 38, 50. So now every time I use Sprout in the laning stage, everything is going to be healed. Or as long as you're kind of nearish to a tree. But it doesn't have to be my Sprout tree, which was the biggest issue with this facet. Though I wonder if this is going to shove your lane in a lot. Like if you're healing your creeps 14 per second. Level 15 talent. Plus 100 teleportation barrier replaced with 30% Sprout healing per second. 50... Hold on, wait. So it's math time. So we have 50 times 1.3 with that. And then how long does it last? 4. Does each enchanted tree last that long? Does it say? I'll assume the duration's the same. 4. Oops. So 260 heal if I take this talent. 260 heal for my team, for anyone near tree, every time I cast Sprout. And I cast it every 8 seconds if this is max. Sorry, you guys can't see it. Whatever. It doesn't matter that much. That could add up in these early fights. Nature's Prophet. We saw this one earlier. All right, the teleportation barrier is gone, I guess. They're both replacing the 15. Plus 1 okay, so let's use this as an example. Let's do some math here. Early game, we rotate. The hero is level 5. I'm going to assume it rounds down, so we'll say 7 gold, right? That's how it works. 1.5 times the killed hero's level. So they're level 5. I kill them. I'll say 7 gold. 2 gold bags per second for 3 seconds. So we get an extra 42 gold for that kill, assuming we pick up those gold bags and not that I use Sprout on a tower dive and killed a guy as he's running away with his support, and the support picks up the gold bags. Because I'm not willing to go under the tower to pick them up. That's kind of what I'm worried about, is like, how consistently will I be picking them up? Okay, let's do a higher. Let's say the game's getting late. We kill a level 18 hero. So we're going to get 27 gold per bag. And again, 2 bags, 3 seconds. 162 extra gold. And maybe with this talent, 3 more bags on top of that. 240 gold. It's a lot of gold per kill, but we have to get the kills, or we have to be near the kills. We also have to pick up the gold. And you only have 5 seconds. I forgot about that. The money expires. So like if you're in the middle of the team fight, can't spend the time walking over to go grab the money if we're like still in the middle of the action. Oh, we have 15 seconds. But still, you know, some fights go for a while, kill a guy at the start, but we got to keep doing things. Yeah, I'm not convinced on this Nature's Prophet facet, just because the actual amount of money bonus sounds good, but the practical nature of consistently picking up the money, I'm worried, especially not only like, oh, maybe I just don't get it. That's one thing. The enemy gets it. You know, that's like the other thing. So I'm kind of unsure on that. I think this change to Sprout is actually really good. I'm going to be trying this. And I'm actually going to be really happy to have the treants back, because I actually really liked being able to micro the treants around. Let's see, actually, looks like Sprout is getting nerfed a little bit, so 15 less damage, but That's not too big of a deal. And then, especially when you think about it, like if I'm fighting someone in the laning stage and I have, let's say, level 3 Sprout, I'm going to do 200 damage while healing, what did it just change to? 38, which we'll just say like 160, a little less. 160 heal. Pretty good. Barrier, whatever. I don't care about the barrier. Okay, I'm going to try support natures again with Soothing Saplings. Gonna be sick. Gonna heal people. Gonna spam trees. Worth getting Holy Locket. Holy Locket just got a pretty big nerf. So maybe not. 15, hold on. Math time. What did I say? 50 times, with this facet, 0.3, times 1.3 for the record. I typed it in, but I said it differently. Times, what did I say? 4 seconds, and then it's going to be a 15 amp now. Oops, not 10.15. 1.15. 300 heal every time if I get a Holy Locket. I think I would rather get like a Solar Crest and buff someone's armor so that the effective heal is higher. But Holy Locket would affect multiple things compared to the Solar Crest, so maybe. Okay, let's keep going. We're at N. We're making it. Where are we? 3. Okay, everyone. Quick break. Go get your waters. Go get your teas and whatevers and snacks. It's so long. We probably have another like 2 hours to go at least. Let me move some of this junk out of here. Hey, Kev. Okay, I got a little bit more food. I'm back. What's happening to Necrophos here? Sadist. Mana regen per kill increased by like a little bit. Half. Okay, sure. Death Pulse. Heal increased. Ooh, 15 at max. Or level 1. That'll help as an early game, both of these combined. Level 10 talent. Scepter range increase with. This is good survivability. I think this matters more than the cast range. Though it was convenient because the cast range is not that large, but I think it's good. The survivability aspect, I think, is more important. Yeah, Nullifier is pretty good versus Necrophos. That's true. At the same time, we were in a period where there was like a serious strength meta. And we had so many tanky heroes, and I was kind of surprised Necrophos was not relevant. I know Nullifier's a thing, so is BKB though. But he just wasn't strong enough to have a good early game. I wonder with the various healing amp changes. I have to go back and look at all of them. Maybe it's good for him. But maybe not. Maybe there's more anti-healing than there is heal amplification. Night Stalker, what is this? Voidbringer Void. Level 5 now also increases move slow by 10% more and by 10% more attack speed. Okay, just slight buff to this one. This slight nerf. Okay, Nyx Assassin. This guy could really use a buff. He's not good. 50 more on the Nyx Sense on the radius. Cooldown. Okay, that's not really... He sucks because his lane's like absolute garbage, and this does nothing for that.
Time to sink or swim.
I'm eating food, so I can't read. I want to see the healing tree radius. I want to feel it.
I summon the forces of nature.
Ooh, look at that. Wait, can I see when... Am I getting the buff? Maybe I need to take some damage.
I'm under attack. By my...
Ooh, there we go.
On my way. Nature calls.
Wait.
Naturally.
This is more restrictive than I thought.
So I
How close do I have to be next to this tree? Oh, I shouldn't have used refresh because it... Let me do this. Free spells. There we go.
leave.
That's kind of annoying. The issue with this facet before is that, like, if I'm fighting Dark Willow and I'm sprouting here, I'm not getting the healing myself. So, like, it didn't make sense. Unless I sprout myself like this, which kind of works, and I get some extra damage, but I'm sprouting myself, so then they just walk away. So that was the issue. So I was really hoping that it's like, oh, okay, when you use this, you have way more freedom, like this tree's being buffed, you know, so I can be here. But, like, I have to be this close to a tree? In the lane, I guess it's fine, but, like, beyond that, I think we're gonna miss a lot of healing. Well, that's kind of disappointing. Oh, I didn't notice the little grass growing. Was it there when I used it earlier? I only ever noticed the golds. Like, the healing is good, right? But I have to be so close to a tree. Hmm. It'll get bigger with Gleipnir? Probably, but I don't want to build a Gleipnir just for that. We didn't quite look at map changes yet. I wanted to read all the hero stuff first. Let's keep going. Ogre. Could use a little buff. 2 strength. Good start. Damage match. Slow rescaled to be stronger in the early levels, weaker at the later ones. But I'd say Ogre wants to be stronger in the early levels. So that might be... I think this will be overall okay. Omni Knight. Mana is going to... Free? Now briefly slows the target's move speed by 75% for 0.2. Now also increases... What? 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 Hammer of Purity is just free? That seems crazy.
Strength guides me.
With the facet that heals you for damage you do? Now you can hammer for purity all the time and then, like, purification yourself, too. And you have mana issues as Omni Knight. That was part of the reason he was no good, because it was like, okay, sure, I have hammer of purity, but I can't frickin' use it because I'm saving my mana for the other two. Yeah, this seems really good, actually. I don't know if it'll be core or support, but I would play I'd be willing to try a support Omni Knight, I think. Oh yeah, 5 more attack range, guys. Hell yeah. Oh, okay, that's kind of useful. Because now you can see it's not amplified damage and you don't give a shit, you know? Or you can, and you're like, hey, carry player, come over here and take this amplified damage rune. Oh, it's an illusion, whatever. Just let him have the illusion rune. Oh, it's regen for Storm. We have to fight it. Cast range rescaled to be a flat 700. I think you usually max... Well, I would say you max this last in a lot of cases, but that's actually not fully true. But in general, like, this is a buff pre, like, level 9 or 14 or something like that. So, that's a lot of Oracle's game time. So I think that's going to be okay. Like, as an overall buff and not so much of a nerf. But, yeah, nerf in the late game. Though hopefully by that point, you would have, like, Aether Lens or Force Staff or Blink or something to help you out. You got 100 armor on your support clock in Turbo. That's pretty funny. That is pretty funny, actually. Okay, OD. What do we got for OD? Sweet Frost. I'm sorry, I didn't even see this sub. Thank you. I think that probably came in while I was gone. Thank you very much. What is this one? Talent down by 50, mana on for 10. Some slight nerfs to the later talents, which I think are good because sometimes he would just like get to the late game and then refresher double ult and just destroy people. There was something that gave more mana. I forget what. Oh, the level 25 Wise enchantment. I don't know how often that will come into play. Pango, minimum damage and barrier increased. Sure. PA Blur. Okay, what do we got? Blur is an innate ability that improves with coup de grace. I remember there was a Reddit post about how to pronounce this, but I'm uncultured. I think there's supposed to be a coup de grace, like a slight S at the end. No longer dispelled when near outpost, watchers, or base buildings. I actually didn't know it was, other than Tower and Ancient. Now dispelled when attacking Roshan or enemy barracks. Now upgraded with Aghanim Shard. Decreases cooldown. Okay, by 10 seconds. Anytime Phantom Assassin gets a hero kill, her ability cooldowns advance 60% of their maximum. Okay. Immaterial is now a basic ability. Bonus evasion changed to 20, 30, 40, 50. So you level up your evasion. I don't know if I like this. Fan of Knives is now an Aghanim Scepter. Max health damage is only going up by 2%. The break duration is going up by 1. And the cooldown is going down by 6. Well, you're right. It was pretty good. I don't know. Well, Phantom Assassin's Ags was also good, like the old one, which is now the Shard. So swapping them, I'm actually not sure what's better. Like, would PA players rather have the advanced cooldowns at a cheap price compared to, like, Fan of Knives for a cheap price? But I'll say Fan of Knives is game-breaking for heroes compared to, like, cooldowns, which is, like, even across all heroes, I would say. And maybe that's some of the idea behind swapping it. I don't know how I feel about this, though. True. 60%'s not the same as a reset. But a lot cheaper. Phantom Lancer. Health regen up by 0.5. Okay. We're not doing Spirit Lancer Ags anymore. I felt like this build was kind of weird anyways, like from his original identity, which is whatever. You can change stuff, but I don't mind this. It's now going to be increases max rush distance by 625. That's a lot. Whenever Phantom Lancer rushes through enemies, he creates juxtapose illusions that attack them. So you're supposed to charge through a fight, and that can't be worth an Aghanims. Extra range is nice. I don't know. Just like you create, let's say you charge through 3 heroes. You create 3 more illusions, but they're all hitting different things anyways. For 4,200? Level 20, maybe this saves it. 15% Spirit Lance damage. Nah. I don't know. That doesn't seem good. This one was better. Whatever. Maybe they'll need some fine-tuning. Phantom Lancer, keep losing. Small buff here. Small talent buff. That's fine. This is a weird change. So let's say you only pass by it once. Does that mean you're just 5% more damage. And if you happen to keep walking in the orb path, because you're leaving a choke point and Puck puts it on top of you, you might take an extra 10, 15, 20% damage. Oh, who's that? Thank you. Whoa. Might also help with farming a lot, actually. There's a trick you can do where you throw it out and make it come back, and so it like stays on the same area for a while. So it might be really good for split pushing creep waves, where you do that trick on top of a creep wave. And I don't think orb was enough to one-shot creeps, but with this, if you keep it on top of the creep wave for like a couple seconds, it does this 0.5 second thing, and maybe it does. Moon Robin, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's half a second, which I was thinking 1 second, but half a second might make it worth it. 300. I think I can see that being good. Pudge, Rot, Ag Scepter. Instead of reducing... Okay, we're just changing the terminology. Okay. Pugna, Rewards of Ruin. Bump the spell amp a little. Yeah, I think that needed it. Cast range, buffed. Decrepify at level 1. Gonna get 75 more cast range. Same at max level, but a little easier to use the saves early. Queen of Pain, Bondage. Returning spell damage increased, from 15 to 20%. That is a nerf, right? That means you're hurting yourself more. Or is this they hit you and you return that?
Can't win a war without a bit of pain.
Whenever an enemy within 1200 range deals spell damage to Queen of Pain, she returns it 20%. Oh, so this is the buff. Okay. Shadow Strike, move slow, buffed. Oh, well, early levels buffed, later levels nerfed. Huh, support Queen. Maybe it's time.
I presume we're fighting in my name?
I think it would still be a little bit of a meme, but a meme I'm willing to do. Oh no, I've made a mistake. I'm eating some leftovers from lunch, and I made like a chicken stir fry with some chives and some like gochujang honey and all that stuff. But to start, I put some garlic and ginger in the oil to like fry for the flavor. But I did giant garlic ginger chunks because I was too lazy to like shred it into fine pieces. I didn't notice when I was scooping the leftovers. Just ate a giant piece of ginger. Spell amp per bonus attack damage increased from 1 to 1.25. Sure. Ricky, slightly buffed. I don't think this matters that much. These seem like they're aiming at core Ricky buffs. Yeah, core Ricky buffs, and I'm not really sure I believe in that. I heard some people say that their settings were reset, which sucks. I don't know a quick way to restore it besides to just go through it. This might be a little try-hard and unnecessary for most people because I'm like kind of specific with my settings, but I forget because I have a lot of unique stuff that when you try to think of it yourself, you don't remember, but when you just like press it, it's natural. I have all my settings saved as a screenshot in a folder somewhere. I guess now it's in a new format, so I might have to like look at it again, but it also happens where this kind of reset happens more than it should. Ringmaster, Dark Carnival Barker. If Ringmaster does not have a souvenir, he will be granted one upon death instead of upon respawn. Ringmaster will no longer be granted a souvenir if he has no souvenirs and dies to a neutral creep or Roshan. I actually thought that was already removed, but I think that's fine. Escape Act, 40 more mana, reasonable. And move speed bonus, worse early, but better late, which I actually think is fine. Impalement damage decreased to 50, that's also okay. Spotlight, illusion max health loss from 50 to 30%. Yeah, he really wrecked illusion heroes, so I think that's good. 200 Escape Act cast range replaced with plus 75 Impalement Arts impact damage. Is there a world where you take both Impalement Arts talents? Ginger's good for your life. I agree. It was just a really big piece all at once. And I don't love the... Some people really like super strong ginger flavors, but not me. Rubik, he's been a bit out of it. Telekinesis cooldown, gonna be a little less, 1 second. Spell steal, certain spells that are toggleable and do not have a health or mana cost are no longer stealable. Mars Bulwark, Medusa Split Shot, Mortis Gunslinger, and Phantom Lancer's Phantom Rush. So that's a buff. Because now those heroes can't, you know, toggle it real quick to prevent you from stealing your spells. So that allows you to get from Mars, like Spear or Arena, Medusa. All of Medusa's spells are pretty good, actually, besides Split Shot. Muerta spells are all great, but you don't want Gunslinger. Don't really want the ultimate. Well, you shouldn't really be stealing from a Phantom Lancer in most cases. He doesn't have very good spells. Does that mean it steals the previous spell? Yeah, whatever before they use, like, whatever toggleable stuff they have would be what they have. Okay, we're going for a new round of facets, guys. Let's see what Sand King's got. Sandblast. When Sand King attacks enemies in Sandstorm, he applies a debuff that blinds the target by 20, 30, 40, 50%. Blind duration 5 seconds. That's a lot, actually. That's a lot of blind time. Final Sting. Stinger. Each enemy hero hit by Stinger in innermost radius instantly emits a caustic explosion that deals 50% less damage. Doesn't apply to Stinger strikes created by Aghanim Scepter. Oh, yeah, that'd be a lot. Okay, Caustic Finale base damage is actually going up, but the max health is surely, yeah, going down by 1%. Which is going to be an overall nerf, especially for, like, the higher health heroes. I don't know the exact cutoff, but I'm sure you could math that. Whatever equals 5%, or 5 damage. Sandstorm, radius increased. Okay, a decent amount from what it used to be. It's tiny little bit, 650, and it grants invis by default, but a 0.7 fade time. Stinger radius increasing at early levels, but a lot smaller at max level. Well, a lot, but bonus damage nerfed a little, but higher early. So it's actually a stronger first couple levels, it sounds like. Reducing the level 20 talent. That was really good with the Aghanims build. So the radius will be a lot smaller, because the old facet was... does it show the old radius somewhere? Yeah, the old radius was 800. And now we are default 650. So smaller sandstorm again, but you get the invis for free, and you're gonna get these different facets. Feel like you could still be good, but I'm not sure on this. This facets. I feel like you could trade really well in the lane with Sandblast. And you're going to apply it so often. I mean, you don't even have to fight. You could just attack the, let's say it's a melee carry. You attack the melee carry once, and then for the next 5 seconds, he's got a 20% chance to miss the last hit because he's blinded. Might also miss the deny then because of that. That's actually pretty good. No, blind in Dota applies to mischance of attacks. So this just means like he's got a 20% missed chance. True, the double farming with the Sand Shroud was really strong. This seems like it could still be good. Which he was already a top pick. He was banned in the first phase quite a lot. I think he might still be up there. That's not a bad buff. Well, 6% might lead to more kills. I mean, I guess you're a lot faster with this. I'm not really sold on Feast of Souls. Ranged heroes don't usually care about movement speed as much. But in a way, it helps with farming speed because you, like, kill the camp. You activate it, kill the camp, and then start moving to the next camp. Get your souls back because you killed the camp. And you also got to the next camp faster. And then it'll help in some fights where you, like, keep on top of your target and stuff. Maybe. Ooh, and then this one's just his aura. That might be good too. Damn it. Yeah, okay. Look, this is what I was saying. The applications of the single serpent ward to be better than the ward trap was not worth it. The rare case is that, like, the damage doesn't drop off as the wards get killed. Like, you just need 2 attacks to start reducing regular serpent ward damage, whereas this one you obviously had to kill the whole thing. But, like, that trade-off was not worth sometimes being able to serpent ward trap targets when they, like, do the same damage. So I think this is good to potentially make this viable. Wards now prioritize the closest enemy heroes in their attack range. Okay. Silencer. I thought Irrepressible sucked. Reverberating Silence was really good, though. And it seems like we're going to change both. This is kind of what I mean, right? Like, it feels like at some point they're like, that one's not good enough to balance. And I get it. They tried ideas. But I feel like we remove facets all the time. Like, Sand King lost both. Increase the max level of Glaives of Wisdom to 5. Number of times +2 is decreased, sure. Level 5, make Glaives bounce 1 time to a random target within 450. The bounce prioritizes heroes and costs mana just like the original. What? The bounce also costs mana? I don't know about that one. I don't know about that. How is that supposed to help your farming speed if you are chewing through your mana with this? No longer upgraded. Wait, so what's the Ag Shard do? Silencer deals percentage more damage to silence targets and takes a percentage less damage from them. Improves with global silence. Okay, that's kind of cool. What does his Ag Shard do? Just brain drain? I am not a fan of this. This one's maybe okay. Suffer in silence. The damage numbers could end up being really good. I'd have to do the math. That one might be good. This seems garbage. Just because I don't think he has the mana to sustain farming with Glaives of Wisdom. Like, the idea of this is that it's core silencer? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misreading it. But if the bounce costs an extra mana, like cast, then I don't know. You are attacking faster. It's like 2 attacks in 1, but for a lot of mana, and I don't know if you can maintain that farm speed. Skywrath, 2 in, get some damage for it. Arcane Bolt cast range instead of damage. An Arcane Bolt pierces spell immunity replaced with the damage. Is Arcane Bolt even that short of a cast range? Do you need that? Slardar is going to lose 1 armor. He's been pretty good. Bonus armor actually increased while he's in water, right? Yeah. The Scepter's going to be nerfed a little bit to kind of compensate, but... So you're worse on land, but better in water. Really encouraging the mid Slardar. Slark. Support, still a thing. Losing Essence Shift duration, 5 seconds. That's, like, doable. Cast range on Depth Shroud going down, though. Sad. Support Slark. Starting to die off here. I think it's maybe still okay to some degree. But you really have to play around the vision. Snapfire, Buckshot, auto attack, bonus damage on non-glancing shots increase from 25 to 30. Okay. 60 Mortimer Kisses impact damage replaced with 2 Fire Snap cookie charges. Oh, but the alternative is the 2 little shredder targets? I don't know. Even as a support, I feel like it's so good to have the scaling potential of the 2 little shredder targets and then the level 25 right talent. However, I do know there are games where you just don't do that. Like even the 8 Mortimer's Kisses launch is a pretty good talent as well. And I could see like you have a sniper on your team. You know, you just got to keep them away from enemy heroes. I could see the 2 cookies being good for that. The tricky part... Oh, I'll tell you what. You double cookie someone, it's like you have Ogre Seal Totem again. Or like you time it so like they jump in, they turn around, they jump out. There we go. The hard part is like it's very difficult to chain stun someone with cookie because like you hop into land and you can't, like you have to walk away and then cookie back in. It's really hard to chain stun unless you have multiple things nearby. Sniper, take aim, bonus attack range rescaled. Worse at the start, but better later on. No longer increases armor. While active, Sniper's vision range is increased. Holy shit. And its field of view is restricted to 140-degree cone. They're really using this mechanic a lot more, huh? That idea is kind of cool. You know, you're looking through your scope, scouting out the map. That could be really good for... I don't think this will matter very much in most pubs, but at high levels, the vision game of even in the daytime, where both teams are supposed to have in like comparable vision, as opposed to nighttime, is like, oh, they have Slark, they have the advantage. Now you could sniper, you know, take aim, scan, and like see the targets. That's actually really, really interesting. Spectre, radius decrease from 400 to 350. Shadow Step, duration 567 to 6. Haunt, 7 to 6. This is a buff, actually, right? Desolate buffed, but the ult and Shadow Step nerfed. Support Scouting Sniper, let's go. I feel like you could just be core and do that same thing. I don't think you need to be a support. You're more likely to get Desolate off, so that might be worth it. I don't play a lot of Spectre, so can't say I have a great read on that. It depends how easy it is to apply Desolate. I can kind of see it. Spirit Breaker. Planar Pocket reworked. All right, what is it now? Unit targeted ability. Barathrum gains 75% magic resistance and distorts. We don't do this for others. Why are we calling Spirit Breaker Barathrum here? It's not like we showed Snapfire and like old Beatrice here does whatever. Or like, what's his name? Cardell or something, you know? How come Spirit Breaker gets it? Barathrum gains 75% magic resistance and distorts reality around the selected hero, making any unit targeted spells cast by enemy heroes on the target to get redirected towards Spirit Breaker. Okay, so that's the same as usual, right? Can be cast on both allied and enemy heroes, but only spells cast by enemies of Spirit Breaker will be redirected. Oh, that's interesting. So you can cast it on enemies is the difference. So, like, what's that? Oracle? Like, Oracle is using Q trying to dispel an ally, but it actually comes to Spirit Breaker? I'm trying to think of, like, when this matters. That you would use it on an enemy. Vengeful Spirit, you could, like, bait the swap. I guess that's a couple cases. Io's Tether is the only exception that will ignore this effect. Interesting. Redirected spells are not considered as reflected. If Spirit Breaker's under the effects, such as a Lotus Orb's Echo Shell, redirected spells will be reflected back to the enemy caster. If the redirected spell has different interaction for allies and enemies, Spirit Breaker will receive the enemy interaction. Oh, they even used Oracle as well. Does that mean if Omni-Knight uses Purification on his ally, Spirit Breaker will get healed? I might check that later. Cooldown increase from 20 to 25. Mana cost 75. Now dispellable only by strong dispel. Actually, I want to know now. Because if it turns positive spells onto what's his name? That's actually huge in terms of oh, right, Ags. Oh my god. Whoa, this is actually good now. Holy shit. So now you can prevent saves. You can use it multiple ways. You can use it on allies or enemies. That's going to be really good in certain situations. Now you have to get the timing right, but you know, whatever. It's a skill-based game. You gotta do some stuff. Gotta work a little bit. Okay, that's pretty cool. This is the best iteration of Planar Pocket so far. It's been a bit of a meme for a while. Very rarely is it like good. But now being able to use it aggressively gives you pretty much twice the options from just being able to use it on your sniper or drow as they hit things, right? Now being able to use it like on enemies opens up so many different interactions and possibilities. All the buffs meant to go to the carry can now go to you, things like that. Yeah, I'm sure it works with Ringmaster Box. I'm not going to go through and test every single interaction, but I don't see why it wouldn't. That's a targeted spell. It should work the same way. Techies, 10% more move speed. Okay, why not? Templar Assassin, really good carry right now. Sometimes sticker mid, though that's pretty rare. Armor reduction, gonna be worse on Meld in the early levels. Off to a slower start. Bonus damage also reduced. Oh, actually, at all levels for this one, too. 20, just 20 flat. Or starts at 15, ends up at 30, actually. Oh, I'm getting tired, misreading numbers. Okay. A lot less damage. Well, maybe not a lot, but like enough that it matters. Psionic Trap, Aghanim Shard. Oh, way less. Yeah, the minimum silence. So like when you just drop a trap and instantly break it, you're now only getting 0.25 instead of 1. That's a really big difference when using the shard to play aggressive. Meld debuff duration going to be down a little. Psyblade range changed with, +3 meld armor reduction, though. So you get less attack range at 15, but your negative armor could actually be stronger than it was before. Though, compared to refraction being cast while disabled, I guess it depends on the game which you'd take, but I could see TAs opting for the right side instead. Okay, Terrorblade. Whoa, 1 HP base regen down. That'll hurt offlane Terrorblades especially. Mana cost going a lot higher on Reflection. Meta bonus damage. Oh. Worse at level 1, but it's actually stronger at max level. I didn't expect that. Bonus move speed decreased on Zeal by 100 from 100 to 60. I think these are all good nerfs for the early and for most of it. I'm surprised they're actually buffing meta damage. But I guess that rewards the original Terrorblade carry playstyle, which is like play around meta, you're very strong. And I guess I'm okay with that, though I don't know if it was really needed, actually. I think the other, maybe to compensate from some of these other nerfs. He was a little too good. This makes the idea of the offlane Terrorblade more punished, but the carry Terrorblade more okay, I would say. Though a lot of times you could play from the offlane and just have a more active carry, like an offlaner, and you're just like lane swapping essentially. Timbersaw, Exposure Therapy. Gonna get more mana per tree kill, and actually a sizable amount from 7 to 10 for max level. Flamethrower, a bit more on the building damage. So actually getting buffed on this hero. Falcons. They're gonna... Wait, did Falcons... I actually didn't see the last game because we were streaming. Who won today? Game and Gladiators or Falcons on the tiebreaker? Oh, rip. Didn't get this buff soon enough. Just saw that. Rip Falcons. All right, next one. They got it. Tinker, base armor decreased by 2. Very reasonable. And the damage decreased on March of the Machines, slowing your farming speed, team fight impact. Does that mean the healing on heal bots is then also nerfed? No, these values were already separate to start. 35 heal per second. And how long is this? 6. So that's okay. So to compare it, guys, I was thinking about Sprout versus March of the Machines. Sprout heal is actually higher than March of the Machines. But now realizing how small the like tree range is, it's harder. I don't know. It's way harder, it feels. But I probably will try it anyways, guys, even though I'm not fully believing in it. Okay, Tiny. Attack range decreased by 50. Grow attack speed reduction 30 to 35. Avalanche losing 30 damage at max level. And then, oh, but the talent is actually going up. Don't you take this talent? So now by 15, you're back on track. But you have to take this talent, and you can't not take it. And then you still lose some. I think you'll still see Tiny. He's one of the best mids in the game right now, and had flexibility to other roles. This starting to hurt carry Tiny more and more. Mid Tiny still seems doable. I'm actually not sure if mid Tinies took the left talent, but I think they did. Seems necessary. Treant, what do we got? Damage taken cooldown decreased from 3 seconds to 2.75. Okay, kind of minor. Living armor duration increased from 15, 20, 25, 30 to 18, 22, 26, 30. A little bit more value on level 1. That's going to lead to what? 9 more heal? Oh, yeah. I'm sure that's going to be useful. Overgrowth cooldown, 10 seconds off. Maybe the map changes will help him a little bit in the lane. I don't think I'm really convinced here on this shit, guys, but yeah, maybe the lane helps a little. The trees being rearranged. He had another change in a previous patch that helped a lot, that you didn't have to go invis. I think you could toggle it, which is really useful when trying to creep cut that you just couldn't do before. I don't think I'm super sold on this right now, but I have to go look at the map. Maybe the map will help convince me. Troll Warlord. Maim damage is going to be 5 higher. Okay. Since when did he have such a cool looking icon for Berserker's Rage? I don't know, like cool, but like, doesn't this seem more detailed than others? Underlord, what is this? Demon Reach, no longer loses cleave on death. Oh, he's actually getting buffed. Abyssal Horde. Oh, these are the changes from earlier too. I think that's fine. Does Treant Protector Q also count as heal? I doubt it. But I don't think it would count for the Nature's Heal. Maybe. Maybe Treant himself should count. Base damage for Undying increased by 2. Sure. Soul Rip, damage heal per unit rescaled. Less at level 1, but more at max level. Sure. Okay. I don't really think 2 base damage is what he needs. I think if you gave him 2 int, it would be like way better, actually. It's like you live or die by how many spells you can cast on Undying. Okay, Ursa, Enrage talent actually being buffed. Okay, Venge has been bad lately, so what she got, and I'm very excited for Venno in a moment. Base agility increased by 2. Okay, stun duration up by 0.1. Pretty minor. Level 20 talent, Wave of Terror steals up by 5. Why is this so... She's like the worst hero in the game. One of the worst heroes in the game. These are such minor buffs for, might I repeat, one of the worst heroes in the game. Ah, man. I want to play more Venge, but like that's just not. I don't know. You guys think so? I don't know. Let's see Venomancer. Save me, Venomancer. Plague Carrier. Allows Plague Wards to deal septic shock damage based on their damage. Didn't they have that before? Or was that the Ags they needed? When Venomous Gale impacts enemy heroes, 2 Plague Wards are created around them based on the current level of Plague Ward. He's just getting that shit for free, huh? Septic Shock. Aghanim Scepter no longer gives Plague Wards the ability to deal Septic Shock damage. Move to Plague Carrier facet. Wait, so he's just getting the Ags on that part for free? Aghanim Scepter base damage per debuff increased from 20 to 25. His Ag Scepter is Septic Shock. Increases base damage per debuff. Allows Plague Wards to deal Septic Shock based on their... So they just get this. Okay. Ward HP increased 30 more. Okay. Gold bounty rescaled 10. Oh, good. Oh, good. 50 base damage. What in the world? Okay. So we can't stick it on ourselves. Oops, that's not what I meant. But let's say I had this. One extra damage, guys, per this debuff. Okay, what about level 2? Two damage now. And then I take Poison Sting, and guess what? It's 4 damage. I don't get the charges now either. But you get the Venomous Gale stuff for free. But level 4. Oh, this is bugged. Let's do it like this. You know, I just realized I have this rebound because there used to be a different ability, and now I don't need it anymore. I should just change it back. Oh, I'm not... No wonder why. I was like, how come that wasn't... Maybe. There might still be a ward build, but you're like more in the lane. You're not jungle Veno, but like you can still push towers quickly. Because if you use Q under the tower, right, you're more of a zone control hero with Plague Carrier. I mean, you were always a zone control hero, but it might be a little better. I don't know. We can try. It's another hero I would try. Earn, easier to build than it used to be. You get one from that. What else? Viper. We're almost done. What time is it? 9:30. We can maybe even play a Dota game. Holy crap, guys. Viper, mana cost 24 to 22. Buffed, attacks low. Buffed by 20. We're getting tired. I don't think I should play, but we could play. Visage, 25. Talent, Gravekeeper's Cloak, armor, increase from 10 to 15. Sure. Void Spirit. Okay, Void Spirit has been bad for ages. 2 more agility. Okay. Damage at level 1 increased by 1. Sure. Intrinsic Edge. The tooltip now shows the current values of health regen, armor, mana regen, blah, 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 gained from the ability. Okay, so just quality of life to let you know. Aether Remnant. Damage increased from 85, 135, 185 to 235. 5 more damage. Agadim Shard reworked. Creates an additional Watcher path that rotates around the... What in the world? Provides True Sight in a 475 radius. The Remnant no longer triggers on creeps, instead dealing 50% of their damage every second in both paths. All right, we're going to have to test that in a second. That's... True Sight for 1,400 gold is like kind of nifty. I mean, I know that's more than a gem, but you can't lose it, you know? You can now do like solo dewarding and stuff. It's pretty nifty. Resonant Pulse. 15 more damage. Oh, amazing. Level 10 talent. Plus 40 Resonant Pulse damage. Okay, unironically, I know I'm memeing here a little bit, and I am, but 15 damage and now 40 damage is increasing this as a farming tool. 10 talent mana regen decrease from 1.75 to 1.5, so that's a nerf. Resonant Pulse damage replaced with 60 Aether Remnant damage. Okay, so that's being moved. Aether Remnant provides 475 True Sight replaced with 20% Resonant Pulse Barrier. Astral Step charge restore time reduction decrease from 4 to 3. Okay, hold on, wait. How does this shard work? I don't understand this. I don't understand this. It's a clock.
Everybody get set. The natural course. The face of the void.
Wait, what if it hits the wrong hero you don't want it to hit? Well, I guess you're aiming it where you want to hit.
The hidden path.
Interesting. Oh yeah, I know it was zoomed in, but I thought I was trying to keep it centered. But we'll back out for this because I want to.
It seems focus.
It's centered around this, right? Okay. I wasn't fully sure. That's how it used to be, but then the way they worded it, I was like unclear if turns out actually now it moves around like this True Sight. Yeah, maybe that's like a farming tool you can have. Though even without the like moving circle, Aether Remnant already had this shard where it wouldn't activate on creeps, didn't it? And it wasn't used as a farming tool then. I don't think just now that it moves around, you can easily position it in a way that it mostly hits the creeps. Warlock. Fatal Bonds no longer applies to enemies in Fog of War. Once applied, damage still hits enemies in Fog of War. Okay. I think that's a good change. It didn't really make sense to me that it could hit enemies in Fog of War. So I think this is actually good. Effect radius decreased by 75 is actually a good amount, but I think that's fair. Wind Ranger Tangled. Shackle Shot bonus damage per hero increased from, straight to 40. Damage buff duration decreased from 6 to 3, 4, 5, 6. Power Shot cast range. Do they know this hero is pretty popular with the kill shot? Hang on. Why'd Power Shot get buffed? Focus Fire damage reduction is being buffed. Gale Force is actually... Okay, that one's being nerfed. If you guys like Wind Ranger, I think you can keep playing her. I think she's good still. Wyvern. 10 talent damage, plus 5. I don't think I'm that impressed by those. Removed Headhunter facet. New facet. Malpractice. Maledict. When an enemy dies while under effective Maledict, 75% of what the next burst damage amount would be is dealt to all enemies in 800 units. This effect works even if the enemy dies in the last burst of damage. Whoa. I would say that's pretty good in team fights, so that when you burst one guy, it essentially spreads to everybody else for at least one burst. So it's really good if you can, because you're bursting one guy, you know, so if you apply it 2,000 damage to everyone, that's a lot. That's the issue. Witch Doctor doesn't jump at the start of a fight for the Maledict, so I'm not super convinced this will be that easy to use. Let's see, what are these changes? No longer deals bonus damage to creeps. Base damage increase from 50 to 55, 70, 85, 100. Now deals 20 more damage per bounce by default, and the bounce is rescaled up to 3, but only 6 at the end. I don't think I actually like these changes. It's a lot more base damage. I don't know. What do you think about Ember Spirit position 4? Chaining 4 heroes? Oh, you know, I hadn't thought about that. I was thinking I didn't know if Chain Gang was good enough to replace double hit in the mid lane, but if you wanted to get wacky with position 4 Ember, Chain Gang's not bad. Let me think on that one a little more. Wraith King, -5 move speed, -2 intelligence. The Bone Guard. Denies on non-skeleton units now count towards skeleton charges. Denies on... Okay, so you can build up charges easier. Okay, that's actually good. Lifesteal decreased 6% at level 1, but by the end it's the same. No longer freezes reincarnation cooldown while Wraith Delay is active. Okay. Can no longer be triggered while under the effect of vampiric spirits Wraith Delay. For ceremonial reasons. That's funny. Okay, I mean, like, minor nerfs. It doesn't seem that bad unless I'm missing something. The, like, Wraith King offlane idea, I think, is still doable. And then Zeus, which you guys can't see because this is too low, actually. Level 10. 1.75 mana regen replaced with 1 heavenly jump target. Heavenly jump target replaced with -0.4 arc lightning cooldown. That might be good for core Zeus. And then this is just buffed. All right. We've done it, guys. We've read through everything. And I want to look at the treasures real quick. There were some treasures we didn't see, I think. Okay, so what do we got? Muerta. Some butterflies and stuff. Not bad. Oh, wait, what's this one? Oh, yeah, the spirit form. Okay, okay. Maintains her legs this time. We got Marcy, School of the Solar Fang. Nifty sword. Sure. Oh, yeah. Lizard Snapfire. I remember seeing this one. Cool. Dawnbreaker. Red Dawn. I think we saw that one, the other thing. Phantom Assassin, Shadow Stalker. For the free persona with this one. Free persona with this one, too. You're really giving away the personas nowadays, don't you think? Guys, what do you think? I think it has to be after I eventually get married sometime next year. Still got a plan. What do we grow the hair out? What do we something like this? What do you guys think? All the way out. Oh, maybe something like this, you know? I've had this type of hair my whole life. It's never been too different from what this is. Just like varying lengths. I've never really had a different hairstyle. I want to dye it and have it be different just to do it. Oh, wait, what is this? Forge Spirit Kid. It's kind of cool. Oh yeah, this is our dead glance value. And then Pudge has the taunt. Lionize me. How bad is it? Oh, bad. How many do you need to reasonably get here? God. God have mercy on the wallet. All right, let's see what we want to play. I don't know if I have the energy to do it right now, but let's start the list. Actually, I think I'm going to keep Bane on there. Okay, we had the fine art. Interesting. Try the healing, Nature's Prophet. I think Morta could be a thing. I don't want to play her right now. I'll let other people do it. Same with Earthshaker. I need to take these out. Slark support, I might put in the back later. Maybe we'll try. I'll keep in mind. I wanted to try the Huskar support at some point. I don't really care about the snap change that I remember. Lich might actually be good. Let's look at Lich again. Tinker, I'm going to take him out. Warlock, I'm going to take him out. I think Marcy got some okay buffs. We can keep that one. His Ags change intrigued me, but it's going to take a while to get to Ags. We can keep him on the list, though, I'd say. Oh, maybe we try the Mega Serpent Ward. Forget Chicken Fingers. I don't actually know if Veno's good, but I love Veno, so I would try him. Wind Ranger, not tonight, and probably not before other heroes, but I've been interested in trying Wind Ranger support a little bit more, and I read that as a buff. I could be wrong. Who else? There was at least one person. I wanted to look at Batrider again. Take a look at some of the math on that. And then there's at least one more. I know that. Oh, maybe the Disruptor with the thing. Oh yeah, Kez. Take a look at Kez math.
I sure do love math.
Oh, the Clockwork. Chain Meal. What if it's not even good for it, though? I guess we can just do one of the other facets. We'll consider those various supports. Let's go look at the, forgot, we got to update. Let's look at, Chen with the new ags. Can I even play a Chen? I wouldn't do it today, but maybe later. I can add him to the list to try. Gotta do this update real quick. Yeah, we gotta look at the map changes. You won't have the money to eat a lot of chainmails and your landing will be worse. I agree. I actually think hookup is a decent facet, and I was hoping they would buff it a little bit. Because I actually think there's cases where it's quite good, in particular when you have a lot of melee heroes, like your team initiates and then you hookshot to them and you just kind of like repeat that. I think that's quite good. Or when you have teammates that are going to be jumped, like you just save the sniper a lot and you keep hookshotting to him when they jump him. And because I've tried that facet, I do know it sucks to lane without expanded armature, but it's doable, just like old Clockwork, right? It's doable, and then you reach the point where hookup kind of becomes good. And I could see something similar for Chain Meal. I wonder, though, if the idea of Chain Meal is that you become... maybe you should be a core. Because then your laning is not as bad because you're getting last hits with expanded armature. Dude, what if you get a Midas on Clockwork? That way your items... Like, one of the downsides of Midas? Slots. But now... Nom, 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 nom. Just eating it. Oh, God. Oh, God. Chainmail leaderboard? That's funny. Yeah. Who's got the most? Let's try being Trant. Let's take a look. Hey, what's up? I finished reading everything. I feel like I should play, but I'm tired. But we're at least going to look at map changes.
This is a big map.
Some small ones. No new characters. I thought I changed this. There is. You want to see the sets? Yeah, 1 second. What am I doing? Audio. Where's the open mic? Haven't I taken this off like 3 different times? What do we have? This is Muerta. This is Marcy.
Oh, a cutie. Okay,
This one's Snapfire.
that's good too.
Dawnbreaker. This is Spirit Breaker.
Spirit Breaker is a unicorn originally.
He's a space cow.
Oh, that's okay. That's cool.
This is Phantom Assassin, male persona.
Oh, that's cool.
This is Anti-Mage, female persona.
Okay.
It's Huskar. Invoker, kid persona.
That's cool.
This is Luna. Looks exactly like an old Chen set, but with like 5 million more particles.
Okay.
Necrophos. Axe. Earthshaker. Pudge.
Clown was the best.
Yeah, that's because Pudge is the most favorite hero. With Clown Car. Sand King. And Lion. Hmm.
My favorites are the. Would you be? Your fans want to see you.
Okay. Let me do the... Okay, map changes. Let's take a look. Find some new ward spots. Coiling Blade. Item blank. take away the creep spawn. Okay, let's see. Let me pull up their thing again. Okay, thank you. Okay, terrain changes. Let's just go down the list of what they told us and see. So, Radiant Safe Lane Small Pole Camp has been moved to the north and trees added above it. Many trees have been moved and adjusted in the Radiant Safe Lane pole area. Okay, let's just start. We'll go area by area. I know I bought these blood grenades. Okay. Box is real small, so
Tower's in trouble.
flexibility on where to put the sentry. Maybe even put it like under your own tower. Well, not that far back. You can maybe put it like here for like putting it real far back. Okay. We got that. Any cool spots? Doesn't look like it.
Both teams.
Guess if you're blocking the camp, probably somewhere over here is your best bet. Maybe like back here. In case they like walk around this way. Probably one of those two. This camp is the same, right? Looks like it. This tree line looks different though. I think a regular hero, not Treant included, would be able to get through there. What's the Aghanim Scepter code? Or Aghanim Shard? Oh, okay, cool. Because I think there was wasn't there a way to turn this off now or something? Or it just doesn't work on this when you break it? I don't know. I'll have to check that later in the demo. So I can kind of get through these trees now as Treant.
I believe I will. I'll get there.
Can now place a deep ward behind the tower in the early game and be less likely to be dewarded. Because previously, like, the sentries went, like, here, so it really caught a lot of this naturally. Now if you're trying to make sure you get the whole camp, even if you do it real far back, it's, like, here. And actually, this looks like a great spot. You can either put it lower or higher. But this looks like somewhere in between. This looks real good. Maybe something like this side? Yeah, like to the bottom right of this tree seems really nice. You get to see a little bit into the tower area, but also see pretty far back this way. This will help you take the tower and like punish it later. And then you can just choose like which one you like more, depending on what's happening. Yeah, they removed the blink at a range penalty. I understand why they did it, but also a little sad. I'm not usually one to be like, my skill cap, but that one a little bit. That one a little bit. Now, let me go back to the regular camera. Where's my camera? Here we go. Okay, top Radiant Tier 2 and the cliff to the right have been shifted to the west slightly. Radiant Triangle Camp ramp leading behind the top Radiant Tier 2 has been shifted north. Ramps on the east side of the Radiant Triangle have been shifted to the north and east, and trees around them subsequently adjusted. Ramp has been added leading from the Radiant Triangle to behind the middle Radiant Tier 2. The mid-Radiant Tier 2 tower has been shifted away from the triangle, and trees around it have been adjusted. A juke path has been added to the trees east of the Radiant mid-Tier 2. Okay, it's starting to get messy. Let's just come over here. Okay, so what is this? This got moved a little left. Is this the juke path they're talking about? This looks much harder. In the past, I think you could TP in this area. So this seems harder. Potentially rewarding teams that control this area. This is much larger. And this is the ramp they were talking about. Which, in the past, when this was solid, to siege the tier 2, it was really from, like, here and, like, here. But your option to come back here was really difficult. But this, like, upon seizing control of this area to do this and this, it's actually much easier. It's much more rewarding as the Dire to control this area with this ramp. Though I guess the same can be said for Radiant, too. It becomes easier to go in and out. It's your own base, though, so I actually feel like it's still the Dire favored. Okay, let's stick this on here. I should have... Here, we'll do this. Okay. So with this change, you can certainly use observers on this side or this side and cover everything. I used to do some like in this area, but seems pretty difficult now with this new placement. Unless the sentry's going like low ground. Can you put anything on this ledge? Not quite. What about over here? Somewhat. Okay, maybe kind of an interesting spot over here. It was pretty difficult to place anything there in the past. Because the tree line and the cliff made it very difficult to do anything here. But now it's pretty reasonable as the Dire to be in this area and then, like, drop something around here. And I would say... even something like this sees people entering the triangle, which could be okay. I think something like this to see people exit the mid lane could be pretty good as part of sieging this. Kind of like this as an option. God's Remix. I've been hearing people coming into the stream have been saying that there have been some like keybind issues and stuff. So it might just be for today. I don't know. I guess they're fixing it. Hopefully. What does your watcher tooltip say? Mine is calling them where to ref. What, really? Where's the tooltip for this? Like if I hover it? And there's a setting now. They said there's a setting to stop this, right? Structures require hold cancel to stop. I actually want that to be different from... I want it to be like you have to A-click this stuff to do it, but... Oh, interesting. Wait, I actually want that off. Oh, yes! Okay, that just happens to be how I play. I'm actually... This was never a setting before, but because I use quick cast on key up, I can do stuff like this where I can like check the range indicator. But then if I like, oh, I don't want to do this, I would right click and then I'd have to stop and like reposition myself back. This happened, you guys probably don't notice it happening because it's not really, I never really complained about it, but it's something I would manually have to do a lot, is like press stop and everything. I'm really glad this is now a setting. I'm pretty sure there was almost never a case I was like, oh, I want to cancel this and move in this direction. I'm really glad. I don't know how many people want that setting, but I'm glad it's here. And I think this was on by default in the past, because I would get wrecked in team fights when I accidentally misclick this and I'm like, what's happening? And I can't do anything. So even though I would have loved to have it be like a click to channel watchers, I will accept this, where if I don't want to channel it and I'm in the middle of a team fight and I'm like accidentally clicking it, then I'm still just like straight through going, or like I meant to like move up here and cast a spell, I'm still going to be able to do it. So I really like that. Yeah, they just redid all this stuff. Not used to it, and apparently a couple new settings in here. I'm going to have to read through all of this later. Maybe it'll be on stream. We'll see. Okay, this area is noticeably larger, and I suspect... Yeah, it's looking like 1 sentry is not gonna cut it here. Well, maybe, actually. Is this still a spot, by the way? It looks like it. So it doesn't look like it blocks the camp, but I'm pretty sure, based on the Z-axis, it does block this camp. We'll have to check that later. So if I sentry, like, what would people do? A sentry kind of like here means that there is a ledge around here we could get, but I also think, yeah, like if you're real careful about the edge you use these sentries, people might be a little careless on where they place it, not quite get to the edge like this one. Like this sentry makes it to like right there, and then this observer is out. So it'd be possible to end up with stuff like that. Is there still a spot like back here on the cliff? Looks like they fixed it. So I mean, this spot's possible. But if you have a way to cut this tree, you could use this spot, and it would be pretty difficult to notice. So that's a Quelling Blade spot if you've got one. Back here, let's see. Is this a spot? Yeah, so I wonder... I feel like a lot of people may not realize this is wardable. And then this is, like, not a bad spot. And you're not going to get both. You have to pick and choose if you're putting your observer to the right enough. Or, oops, that's not what I meant to do. Let me kill these. It's confusing when there's too many. So right there covers that, but it doesn't cover here. And I'm at the widest part of this circumference. I don't think there's going to be a way to check both. You're just going to have to pick and choose which one seems better to you and which one's more important. Unless it is possible. Let's do one right, Oh? Probably not worth it. Maybe against, like, gem... In some kind of gem game, maybe that's worth it. Okay, put that one there. And then... right there. Okay. Okay. So yeah, If you're around and you're warding guys, I would try to use this spot or this spot for now. But I think this is more obvious, and people are going to put sentries closer to the right, especially to catch this ledge and stuff. And it's also more common, because if you're the dyer, you, like, slip by and you, like, just stick something on the ledge. I think this should be pretty sneaky. It doesn't look like you'd be able to play something there. And I think people will default to the sentries on the right. So this looks good to me. I think we probably won't end up playing today. And I think by the time we finish looking around and like theory crafting and doing math, it will be time to sleep. I will be too tired to play. I've been up since 6 a.m. But tomorrow is all day Dota. So we'll be back with that. Okay, let's see. What else did they say? A juke path has been added to the trees east of the Radiant mid tier 2 tower. Juke path has been added east of the Radiant mid tier 2 tower. This? I shouldn't have been the only hero who can walk through trees and we can't test pathing. That's not... Is that the command? I never get that right. Okay, there we go. Okay, so let's see. We got a path through here. Can we go through here?
Agreed.
Can you slip in through this?
Into the breach.
Nope.
I move.
Okay, like I wouldn't place this when the tier 2 is up, but maybe when it's down. That was the loudest dog noise I've ever heard from that dog. Maybe when it's down, place a sneaky ward like this. Pretty slim vision, but are they looking in the trees for this kind of thing? Maybe not. But I think it's not that uncommon to put your sentry here. Gonna lose all that. What about over here? Anything cool? Not too cool. Okay, what are the other map changes? Northern cliff edge ramps and hard ancient camps of the Radiant Triangle have been moved slightly southwest. Okay, we kind of saw that. Cliff to the southwest near the ramp to Radiant mid lane, and the river has been slightly reduced in size. This stuff? Okay. Path's been added to the dire bottom tier 1 tower from the lane to the Lotus Pool. This?
Faster.
Did you try the pings yet? Not really. Gist of the broken champs. I haven't really sat down and thought through that quite yet. I'll probably do that after we try the map changes. We just read through everything, and I'm looking at the map to get a feel of, like, if I think any of it will affect heroes and all that. Okay, I guess it's this stuff that they're talking about. I kind of like that there was a lot of situations where you'd lose heroes in the middle of all this stuff. I'm kind of glad they adjusted it a little bit, and it looks like they did something similar. Actually, I think it was already kind of like that one there. But it was very easy to lose heroes in this area. And now it'll be much easier to catch sight of them this way. Ooh.
Yes.
Okay, so this will maybe be relevant in the future. This is a little more obvious, like what this path is. Might be useful for some Tormentor stuff, running away from people, all that jazz. Okay, what's going on here? Dire Bounty Rune. This one's there. This one, okay, that's pretty minor. So Roche pits. Honestly, I don't know if I noticed that much of a difference. I guess it's slightly this way. And then this one doesn't really look all that different to me. What did they say? Okay, so like that still exists. Doesn't this just catch all that? Yeah. Unless they happen to put it lower, but I think most people don't. They tend to put it here-ish. New scan is cool. This does make it a lot more obvious what's happening. Glad. Where did we put Axe earlier? He's like somewhere over here. All right, that's cool. It was annoying if I wasn't the one to scan. Sometimes it wasn't clear to me. I think this will help a lot, especially when you use it like you're chasing someone in the trees and you're like, oh, which way did he go? You can like scan like this, and that helps you understand like, oh, he's in this area, and it's a lot more visually obvious in the moment without having to like look at minimap, look back, where did they scan? Okay. Map changes aren't too much. I'd say the big changes are for warding on these map changes is that wards behind the tower became better. And I think I'm really liking this spot, the look of this spot somewhere here. Just because in the past, the sentries to unblock the small camp were covered all of this, but now you're probably going to put your sentry like further up here. And then what else? This spot. I think over here we'll see more observers. And I also like this spot. I'd say those are like the most interesting observer takeaways from all this. There might be some other spots like in the new tree lines in the safe lane, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. I think that's all the major map changes that they showed. Yeah, I think so. Okay. Let's think about heroes we'd be interested in playing. Lich seems good. Let's double check real quick if this what counts or not for the evil eye. Bonus damage. Okay. So does Earn is the main one I'm interested in. See, so it's that. Let's level this up so it's a little more obvious. So it doesn't show like, doesn't seem to show bonus damage, like little plus 25 or something. You can kind of tell it's a little bit more at that time. Okay, yeah. Evil Eye, a little less exciting to me than I was kind of hoping. I'm sure it's not that bad, but I think I would prefer this. If I was to play Lich support, like you just got Frostbound for free, or whatever it used to be called, this seems better. Just getting Growing Cold. Okay. Oh yeah, Omni Knight. Let's take a look at that. Good call. Where is he? Omni Knight. So which one would we want? So if we chase someone down, we get 20% more value. But then we're a melee hero, probably going to take a bunch of damage. I think I might like the healing a little bit more. Let's try this. Would I start with Hammer of Purity versus Purification? Do a dummy target. 133. Because this is base damage and a flat damage. No, I didn't mean to hit the dummy. I gotta wait. I don't know why I had to test pure damage. 90. So I would be healed 90 plus 20% of that. So a bigger health swing. That's a lot of damage. Granted, some of that just comes from my regular old auto attack. 65. Right, I would have had that no matter what. Oops. Whatever. I get 2 health for that? Why is that so bad? Oh, it's done over 5 seconds. So I got 10 health for that. And this one I'm getting 15. So Purification level 1 might still be better. Because if we think about how often we use Hammer of Purity at 16 seconds, let's say we use it off cooldown, we'd get what? 4 charges, let's say, before we hit level 2. Well, that might not be bad. It's free compared to using Q once. Yeah, maybe Hammer of Purity, take the free harass. Would I take too much damage in that time? Well, it's fine, because then we hit level 2 and we have Purification. Tango's before then. If we do get whittled down, we then get close and we... Pew. Would I get a second point in it? How much harder do I hit now? 72. Every 12 seconds. For core Omni Knight, I can easily justify Hammer of Purity, but for support, can we? 246? Every 4 seconds? Damn. Do I even take Purification, actually? And there I am, some Omni Knight. 262. Play like a little more aggressive in the early game than usual. I guess I would try it just to try it. I don't know if it would be good, but I would try it. I would try a max E build. I'd be willing to try that. Okay, we'll put them up here. Batrider. Okay, let's check some Batrider math here. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so first, Arsonist.
Everybody get set.
We would not take Arsonist as support Batrider because it requires level 5 sticky napalm, I just realized, and I'm not going to get there anytime soon on support Bat. So it wouldn't matter until like level 12. So I'm done with that math. Let's now look at Stoked. Maybe it could still be worth it, actually, for Arsonist, for that level power spike, if it's that strong when it hits level 5. But let's look at Stoked first.
Here we go. Hell yeah. Got a hot take coming. Shadow of the bat.
I'm approaching 400 move speed. I did, let's be generous and say 30 more damage with level 1 Firefly.
Steady on, girl.
And what if I... This happened to Invoker as well. It seems like if we press level up too quickly, it crashes the game. That's so weird. Batrider super good. Have you guys been playing Batrider? What do you guys, what's your build? Usually it never crashes. Usually I spam that button and it's fine.
Life just got interesting.
All right, I'll relax, guys. I'll relax.
Got a backside view of the battle. My soul's on fire. Now we're cooking. Better get ready. What a ride.
Oops.
Woo!
Now I gotta do it again.
Okay. Soaring.
Okay.
Shadow of the bat. Oh yeah. Love that smell.
Of course, if I apply sticky napalm and all that, we might notice an even bigger difference. Okay, 580 to 617. So now it's like 40 damage. Let's put a couple napalms in.
Peeling out.
What's the best way to do this? It's kind of a pain to try to do 2 at once.
We ride. Not yet. Here we go.
1305.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Hells above.
Ah, I think I accidentally attacked.
Keeping my
No.
in the breeze.
The math is so wrong now.
Swoop in.
I feel like I have to redo it because I accidentally
What a ride. Damn.
auto attacked.
Snap timing. Yeah, girl.
I don't even know if I remember the exact number. It was 13 something. So I get like an extra 150 damage at level 3. Assuming I was like on top of them the entire time. Not burning that much health. 1305. God, what's it like to have brains, guys? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I didn't press too fast that time, guys. That was not on me. I simply changed my hero. I wanted to see... Okay, so when would we hit level 5 Arsonist? We would be level 9, which is what? 17-ish minutes into the game? Depending how well the game is doing, how well we are doing. And we have to max Q for that build. What if we did... Buy an item in between. We could maybe do the Boots of Bearing build. Because we would get attack speed, or at least the drums, you know? Would it be worth power treads? And I guess... I guess more points in Firefly. I did tranquils and drums. Get into a fight with an enemy. Is this Am I missing something? Is this not absurd? Is there a percentage base to this that I'm missing?
Ask and you'll receive.
Is this right? This seems like so much.
Oh yeah. Yeah, girl.
So forget tranquils, right? We're getting power treads. Are we right? I feel we don't need them right. We could go brown boots, drums, and then attack speed. I think I still eventually want to blink. Oh, now I got a tread swap with... Oh, God. Can I attack while lassoing people? Is that just the Ags? Is that gone? I swear there used to be something that allowed you to attack while lassoing. Is it a talent? Napalm radius? I don't think Urn procs this. All damage from Batrider gets amplified except for Radiance, Oov, Urn, Spirit Vessel, because it would just be too insane. It's already looking kind of insane. Level 9's not that hard to get to as a support. This seems messed up. Does Mage Slayer work? I think that one does. Because that's like the mid Batrider, isn't it? Oh, maybe not.
Keeping my knees in the breeze. Yeah, girl.
Oh, Witchblade, right. But does Mage Slayer not work though? Oh my god. Alright. What's the build then? Carefully get us to level 9 in the demo. I can actually just type the command, but... So we mostly play a normal Batrider up to this point, right? But we're maxing Napalm. Get here, get one more point in this. Boom. All right, up to this point, we're going to need some mana. Because to use Sticky Napalm that much will be expensive. Casual Null Talisman, question mark? And or... Raindrops? Mage Slayer. Orb of Venom in the laning stage won't work with this. But we could test it as a, like, haha, I'm hitting you for that amount of damage. Yeah, probably not really worth it. Instead of Blink, I'm just going... I'm doing what? Something like this? I'm not playing like an initiator. I'm just playing like a freaking right-click damage dealer. Why blink lasso when I can just kill people? I can maybe buy this early in the laning stage, actually. Sage's Mask really early, just for the... It'll build into Oblivion Staff later. And at some point, I think I'm still an initiator, so I think I still buy Blink. That's insane. Crazy. All right, guys, we're going to do something we shouldn't do. We're going to send it. Oh, shit, that was so fast. Everyone's on for the patch. All right, we're going to try to play Batrider no matter what position we are. Otherwise, we're going to do Omni Knight or Nature's Prophet. Position 5. I would have preferred position 4 Batrider, I think. But as the kids say, YOLO. My voice settings fixed? Okay. I know, right? I was like, this can't be real. I have to try it. I can't help myself. Hope we don't get any game crashes. All right, surely no one can complain about my... Oh no, guys, it's over. Can't cast napalm. Oh no. Hard countered. It's freaking over. GG. If we're into Tusk, it should be okay. Oh, who's that? Thank you. What? I don't know if I'll actually buy, what's it called? Dawnbreaker Chaos. Probably Dawnbreaker offlane. Who's my carry? Ursa. Okay. I might do like QWQ because I don't think I want to get that close to these guys and fly over them. I might just like knock them away with a W. Oh, maybe. The Firefly could let me get away. I think I should save the point in W though. I think that would be good. I kind of want to buy a Sage's Mask like right away, actually. Is that ultra greedy? I think so. Okay, we'll do something like this. Let's get a... I'm not that greedy. I bought a Fairy Fire. We'll buy Tangos and a Sage's Mask with our starting... with our bounty gold. I can't wait for this to be absolute garbage. And then try it again, position 4. It didn't work because it was position 5, guys. It's okay, it's okay. Please try it, the Dormant Curio. Let's see what we get. I want mana regen. That's all I can think of right now. Mana regen and attack speed. That's what we need. By level 9, we'd have a different facet, though. So, or a different neutral. Oh, what's all this? This is the new layout? Interesting. Does my mid... Interesting. Night Invoker used. What's it called? Okay, I'm gonna go place this here. Scout out Tusk rotations. Oh, it's like buried in the ground? That's funny.
the legs. 30 seconds to showtime. Keeping my knees in the breeze. We ride. Carving the legs.
Observer placed as well. I don't know where to expect the observer. I'll place the sentry back here just to look for the D block. If we don't get the ward, I'm not that worried. It might be in the back, trying to scout couriers. Might be like up front just to see like lane stuff. I'm not that worried about it though. You watch yourself. think I could be playing more aggressive, but it's been a while since I played Batrider, so I'm feeling a little uncomfortable. I'm so nice. Did you see me give that over? I'm a saint. Alright, he has an observer somewhere down here, but I don't know where, and I'm not gonna worry too hard about it. I am not a fan of this.
Something bad's happened to the Radiant's courier. Thanks to you.
I remember to micro it down last time, and I didn't do it this time. I might save my skill point at level 3 to maybe take Firefly as needed.
Your mid tower needs a little help.
Cool. 3. What? I said I would save a skill point for Firefly, but I did not. Ah, I should have Lotused him. That's where we haven't played Dota in a little bit, so I was a little slow on pressing the button. I even knew in my mind like I had it, and then I was just slow. I wish I had done a 1-1-1 build, actually, I think. Yeah, it did end up in front of the... I think I could have done that a little better, but we'll take it, I guess. Needs his courier for the phase boots. Okay, okay. What's all this junk in the... I could have done that better, but we'll take what we got. How do we want to go about this? I feel I should not be building Witchblade right away. But at the same time, I don't really want this other stuff. Drums Rush could be okay, I think, for my team. Look at my team. Surely they would love the attack speed, you know? I think so. Guess I am a support. Let's buy some wards. New pings are a little noisy, I gotta say. Do we want this many heroes in the lane? I should have done that one. Oh my god, she stopped the running. I didn't expect that. Alright guys, 3 more levels to go. Was there anything over here? I kind of like moved it fast enough I wasn't paying attention. It's a little messier than it used to be. I don't know how I feel about that. Actually, I know exactly how I feel about that. I don't like it, but I'm going to give it a chance, get used to it, you know? Alright. Here's where we Q blink, but wink wink, we're gonna Witchblade question mark? Unironically, good armor game. I might still need a blink for my team though. I don't mind doing blink and then Witchblade. Pretty open to it. Oh man.
Might want to check your bottom tower. Oh yeah. Your bottom tower ain't in this world. Well, good luck. A fond farewell.
Yeah, not the best there, guys. He just needs to avoid Sunstrike. Stand next to him a bit.
Your top tower's in trouble. Keeping my knees in the breeze.
Oh yeah, all this stuff. What do we want to go? Dormant Curio? Trying to think about what the tier 2s are that I could get. Kind of want to try this Kobold one. I'm doing it. Disaster. Slow got me. I need this dust as well. Well, I guess I could have used a sentry there, but... Kobold and drums means my team is running 400 plus in a fight. Night Stalker's got to be at like max at that point.
Steady on, girl.
Kobold Cup.
Swoop in.
Okay, almost nighttime again, and then maybe we can look to do stuff with the what's his name?
Peeling out.
Get smoke for nighttime.
I forgot Napalm doesn't give vision anymore. That's so sad.
Carving the lanes. Oh yeah.
Probably excessive to lasso, but whatever.
Sorry. What a ride.
You can't improve until you make mistakes.
That might be a problem later.
Too bad about your top tower.
Oh my god, this Chaos Knight is terrifying, guys.
Deepens.
Absolutely massive.
Your mid tower needs a little help.
Gonna queue up the blink. I don't know if I believe in it, but queuing it up.
Until you make mistakes.
Its pings feel so foreign, I gotta say. Generate options! It's going here? Not like in this empty space here? What?
Fight here, man. Mid.
So bizarre.
Shadow of the bat.
We're level 9. We're online. Is that C down there? I hope not.
Just take the tower. Go.
Oh yeah, I do it to towers too, don't I? Oh, I shouldn't have even tried. That's some crazy shit, guys.
Can't do nothing about dire structures right now.
Yo, we got an AoE 2 chat. What's up, guys?
We can go and Volker again.
The tower's in a bit of a bind.
Fight, go fight.
Can't believe he can just go in and kill me. The whole team is here. I thought for sure we're doing this, you know? What in the world? But I guess his burst damage is a lot. Died in a second.
You can't improve until you make mistakes.
Aw, I was hoping we could drag her further back with the drums and the thingamajig. Uncertain of my own move speed and power. A bunch of sentries. Where's the observer? Getting wrecked by the CK. What was the buyback? Silencer buyback? I guess thought a bigger fight was happening.
Help Punka, help Punka.
Got a Midas? See if the right-click build pays off here, guys. Or not like right-click, you know, but like... I'm doing damage. I'm still pretty squishy, though. I do wish I had the, Come on, gang. Come on, gang. Getting a Witchblade for this armor. We're getting bopped by physical. Rip. A future game will be eating that chainmail. Just imagine. That's true. E-Blade might be better, but we're trying this Arsonist build. I feel I have to commit. We're not here to play support Invoker or support Batrider as if it was like good support Batrider, you know? We're here to... Is this the play? Attack speed? Attack range? I feel like I need to live more than anything. We gotta commit. I'm committing to the build. Committing to the build. Attack speed, night range for night vision for the nighttime with the Night Stalker.
I'm coming, guys. We can fight, we can fight. Go, 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 go. We can fight.
Don't get away from me. There's a TP down there. I think my lasso was maybe okay on Invoker. Got him killed, I guess. Killed shortly after.
Your top tower's getting all banged up.
Maybe I do need a Ghost Scepter. I should get phase boots. I feel like I just need armor. I'm taking so much physical damage from this. Got brown boots. Wow. Look at that. It's a bluff. I'm gonna die. Oh, where's this Chaos Knight? Yo, what's up with my courier? I'm having trouble microing it compared to usual. I don't know if that's just me being old from the game or... one of the changes they did to it. I got pulled back up. Oh my god. It's so hard to get away, guys. I try to leave, but I get pulled back in. I know he wanted to finish his radiance before fighting, but this is a scary place to do it. How many brain drains is Silencer at? Dude, if I was just a regular old support, I would absolutely buy a Ghost Scepter this game. What are we doing in the name of science? I want to try this too, actually. It's kind of good versus them. I need armor. I'm taking it. It's a weird one, but I feel like I really need armor this game. How large of a range is this? Is it just around me, actually? Now his courier's dead? Oh my god. This guy's got... Ah! Why is my blink canceled for 5 years, guys? I guess we gotta buy back. Oh no, I was not looking. What am I doing? I straight fed. Well, I was looking. I was looking here. I wasn't looking here. Oh well. I don't think this one was gonna work out. Based on how my teams are pinging. But I think the position 5 bat with the Arsonist is too greedy. I'm willing to do position 4 bat and go for it, and I think we have to skip one of these. I don't know which. I think this game, I kind of need the blink. I don't think we get to do the Arsonist build this game. I forced it because who cares? Everyone is trying shit when the patch comes out. Oops, that's not what I meant to. I meant to put the sentry down. Attacking so slow. None of us have looked here since the start of the game? Or what? They all just bury in the ground like this now? Want to run?
Go there, wait till he... Actually, we need Orsa to kill him. No, don't go. Not without Orsa. Okay, play around our the fucking Orsa. They should be on.
I'm really debating between science and
Their bottom.
still wanting to
Bottom.
win, you know? The hardest of choices.
The other fella's aiming to wreck your bottom.
Defend this shit, man.
Can I stack enough? I think I should have helped focus the Chaos Knight. He was pretty low there, but I was killing the Silencer. I think I should have gone on the Ursa. Or sorry, the Night Stalker there. Though maybe now with this, we'll have the attack speed and the damage. Guess I gotta save buyback now. True, we could get the pike after. The old ring around the rosy? No way, that's so funny. Oh, I messed that up. Evasion here might be really good. Base attack time though, guys. Oh my god.
Yeah, I know.
No, we don't have any attack speed items. Let's get evasion.
You're a trusty man. Shadow of the bat. Roche won't be coming back.
Old habits. This is blocked by all that? I didn't think it would be. I should be trying to creep cut. I think if we were more comfortable right now, that's what we would be doing. Still kind of out of it after Elden Ring break from Dota. Just in case they scatter. All right, never mind. We'll just make our way. X is so short, guys. I didn't play this last fight very well at all, guys. Ah, no. Couldn't decide on where I should be trying to... just want to get invoke. I want to get someone in the fountain. Oh, I was about to go. Okay, I can see this build working for position 4 Batrider, and it's way easier for core Batrider, definitely. We'll try it again sometime, maybe tomorrow. I think it could have almost worked. I actually had a pretty good start. The lane was not perfect, but then I felt I needed to blink for the team because the games were going poorly, or like the lanes were going poorly. Maybe I needed to commit to it because I didn't end up getting, like, I got the blink, I got the drums, but maybe if I just gone Witchblade, it would have worked. We can do that with position 4, I think, a little less guilt. I see some potential there, though. What else did we see? We saw Chaos Knight do well, but I don't think Chaos Knight even got very many changes. Am I right? Yeah, I mean, okay, main hero got some maximum bolt increase. And if you took Cloven Chaos, that got buffed. I don't think that guy did. I don't think we can see it yet. It seems, yeah, servers are busy.
All that is light shall be cast in darkness.
Who else do we have to look into?
Three sharpest things in this forest.
Less Radiance Miss is kind of good for him. I guess that's true. Would you ever consider playing Ability Draft? Yeah, I actually like Ability Draft. I don't really play it much nowadays just because of time constraints. Is this still any good to do? 229 for that spell cast, as opposed to just...
I think it's this way.
That's the wrong time to use that, actually. We only got 2 uses. Okay, we can get 3.
Your funeral. Sounds like a plan.
Oops. Oh, I keep forgetting to wait. I keep meaning to see how much I can do in one go. 225. The other one's probably safer to use and a little better. This just got more expensive.
So, are you gonna say it or am I? I'm down. That's it. I could go for a walk.
So this doesn't do bonus damage anymore, right? It's now bonus agility.
I trust my sources. Try and keep up. This souls are hungry. Bourbon.
Is Blight better?
Every step's a journey, bro. Flying. Let's flock.
We'll do moon jellying. We probably will stop here. Didn't even expect to play a game, but we'll be casting later. No, we're done for casting for now. At least with this event. I'm sure we'll do future ones. which kind of works out because they won't get to play Dota. They'll only have to watch the pros play, but I will be here grinding out Dota games now that this patch is out and we have a whole bunch of wacky stuff to try out.
Don't wait on me.
So I can activate this, right?
Breaks out. Good spot.
Boy, are our stats ass, though. I think we have to buy.
Yeah, let's get it.
Like what? Casual Racer or Wraithband, or even just the Circlet for health.
Yeah, but what did the trees ever do to me?
Just to be able to hit people. Stacks as burst damage. Oh, it's only with the shard that it stuns, so it doesn't matter what direction I face in the lane.
I'm the migratory kind.
Yeah, we'll definitely try the new clock one. That one's funny to me. Is it any good? I don't know about that. But I'll definitely try it.
Watch me go.
This might be better for level 1. We just like fight. I'm Parry Master now. We've been playing Elden Ring. Man, the cooldown is so long though. That feels so bad.
Let's wing it.
But we can like
All for it. Oh, you'll get yours.
be hitting people with Shoto Sai and then
Check it out.
crit with the katana.
Take it this way.
Why is he so weak? I don't think I should be this tanky, should I? 6 armor. Guess I am kind of tanky. Now that I bought all these stats.
Right now. Get attacked. Uncaged, enraged.
First blood.
First blood. Takes the bait.
64. I guess that's fine. You can buy a salve.
Bail him up. So, are you gonna say it or am I? Wait a second.
I guess that's a sign, guys. We're meant to end the stream here. Did they remove Night Stalker daytime reduced regen? I don't think so. Did they? They nerfed it in one of the previous patches, but I don't think it was removed. Did you cover how Dormant Curio works? So you pick Dormant Curio, and then you pick an enchantment. The enchantment works like normal. Dormant Curio, you get no effect yet. At tier 2 neutrals, if you take one of those, it'll be increased by Dormant Curio. And you can choose to hold Dormant Curio. It will still do nothing in the tier 2, but then your tier 3 will do better. I don't know if that'll be worth it. Unless you're like really unlucky with neutrals. I can see that being a reason to hold Dormant Curio. But for example, if you pick Dormant Curio and then you get Mana Draft, if it's supposed to restore, I'm just using fake numbers here because I don't remember. If it's supposed to restore 4 mana per second, it might be 5 mana per second. Like whatever the numbers are, I forget. But that's the idea of it. Your tier 2 will be a little better. We did try Batrider, but it was Batrider 5, so I didn't feel... I like half-assed the idea. I want to next time we're position 4 and we get Batrider, I'm gonna try it and like commit to the build. Aren't tier 4 neutrals really bad now? I don't remember them off the top of my head. I'm gonna open them up to look. Nah, we'll do it tomorrow, guys. I'll be back tomorrow. Probably won't make a YouTube video yet. We'll start tomorrow pretty early. Play a bunch of games, and then maybe I'll make a video at the end of the day. Wait, do I have anything tomorrow? I don't think so. Oh wait, maybe I do. Well, either way, we'll find time. There will be more games tomorrow. We'll try a bunch of different stuff. Where can we go? Oh, we can go to. Okay, let's see. Okay, everybody. Thank you for hanging out. New patch stuff, always fun. We're going to try a bunch of wacky heroes tomorrow. I don't fully know which, but if you come up with ideas, then please bring them forward tomorrow. And we'll see. We'll see what we can do. I'm just going to guess to October. I bet he's playing some weird stuff. Whatever he's figured out. I think that'll be fun. I'll be back tomorrow. Like I said, we'll try a bunch of different stuff. Do a little bit of math. See what's good. Figure it out. YouTubers. We'll have a video later on once we get a handle on things. Okay, bye everyone. Happy patch day. See you guys tomorrow if you want to tune in. Love to have you. I'll be back then. Twitch people, see you there. Sending you off. YouTube people, thank you so much. I have nowhere to send you guys. So thank you for hanging out and hopefully see you tomorrow. Bye, everybody.